hold on a sec, Doug.
No, I have that.
You're good to go.
You, me, you. Are we ready? Okay. We're going to call the meeting of the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission to order. First order of business is introductions, and I'm Doug Kramer. I'm chairman for a little while longer. I have been appointed by ODA. I'm a blueberry farmer out of St. Paul, Oregon.
And I'm Bruce Taylor, and I'm a Fish and Wildlife Commission appointee from Portland. And I'm retired, and I'm about to retire from the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Labhart, and I have the privilege of serving on the OWEB board as a representative from the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, which I've served on for about 6 years now. And I am the liaison from the OWEB board to this group. So I'm glad to be here today. I live in Sisters.
Laura Masterson, I'm an organic vegetable farmer in the Willamette Valley and also an appointment from the ODA board.
Good morning. I'm Ed Contreras. I'm on the commission, was appointed by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and in my day job, I work on wetland and waterbird conservation in Southeast Oregon on private and public lands, and I live in Klamath Falls, Oregon.
Good morning, I'm Jim Bob Collins. I am a rancher out of Mitchell, Oregon. I was a recommendation from ODA appointed by OWEB, and yeah, first year.
Good morning, my name's Amanda Lowe. I'm the OWEB appointed tribal representative. I'm in my day job in the Range Agriculture and Forestry Program for the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation out of Pendleton.
Okay, now we'll go to those of you that are on Zoom. You want to start, Lois?
Certainly. I'm Lois Loop. I have been a member of this commission since the very get-go. Part of a family farm outside of Salem, and hoping the price of wheat goes up.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Bigelow. I'm in the Department of Applied Economics at OSU, and I'm representing OSU Extension.
And hello, I'm Nancy Duncrack. I'm the Department of Land Conservation and Development representative, and I live in Joseph, Oregon, and my day job is running a pro bono legal program for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts.
Okay, staff. Sarah?
I'll start. Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's new executive director as of a couple months ago. I am, I would say, a little ambassador here in addition to my usual role. Along with Mark, I'm going to help us make sure that we check our process boxes and run a clean and effective process today so that we can make sure our recommendation goes to the OWEB board in a way that makes it easy for Mark and his colleagues to do their job in January. So if I turn into a process nerd at some point here, I just wanted to share that reason before I got there. Taylor?
Awesome, thanks. Well, before introducing myself, I'll also introduce that we have a new commissioner who was unable to join us today. It's a previous commitment to an elk hunt. Sarah Evans-Peters is our newest member. She's representing natural resource interests, so this is the seat that Russ Holflick held previously. Her day job, she's the U.S. Assistant Coordinator for Pacific Bird Habitat Joint Venture. She has a strong background in leading and participating in landscape scale conservation partnerships, including conservation easement programs and USDA funded programs. So a lot of you probably know her better than I do. So, but just wanted to make sure that we welcomed Sarah, even in her absence. We're excited to have her joining, as well as Mark. So And I'm Taylor Larson. I'm the coordinator for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program and here to help us follow the agenda and facilitate you all making some important and well-informed decisions. So with that, I think other staff can introduce themselves as they come up for their agenda items, but I'll turn it back to the chairs to welcome public comment.
Okay, our next item here is general public comment, as opposed to comments, I think, more likely on the other item we would have is on the conservation easement applications. And Ellen can confirm for me who we have here, but I believe we have 3 people lined up for general public comment.
I believe we have 2 people here for virtual. So let's start there with Sophie Elson. I'm not on mic, so if somebody could say that into a microphone, and then allow Sophie to hear all this.
Okay, we'll start with Sophie Els, followed by Renee Myers. Is that correct? I'm sorry.
Followed by Carson Kendrick.
Carson.
I don't believe Renee is here.
Okay, thank you. Sophie, or you line, here we go. Thank you.
Hi, yes. My name is Sophie Els, and I am commenting on behalf of the Oregon Climate and Agriculture Network. Today, we are providing public comment on the most current version of the methodology to value benefits of agricultural conservation practices. We appreciate the consideration that the Commission and staff gave to our previous comments. We urge the Commission and OAHP staff to consider the inclusion of key practices, cover cropping and rotational grazing in the payment for practice methodology. These practices should qualify based on their water quality and/or carbon sequestration benefits. Prescribed rotational grazing should be considered as a qualifying practice based on its carbon sequestration and water quality benefits as well. Utilization of cover crop should be included, if not for the carbon sequestration benefit, then for water quality and other similar benefits. Living roots in the ground both increase water infiltration and water holding capacity and reduce erosion. Other co-benefits include reducing reliance on nitrogen fertilizers, decreasing greenhouse gas emissions, and we plan to provide additional justification for the inclusion of these practices before the OAHP RAC meeting in December or January. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you, Sophie. Any questions? If not, Carson Kendrick, please.
Thank you, and hopefully you guys can hear me. Chair Kramer, Vice Chair Taylor, members of the commission. Thank you as always for the time today to provide comments at the November meeting, and apologies I'm not with you in person. My name is Carson Kendrick, and I'm the Conservation Director at the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. I represent 31 organizations that collectively have protected over 318,000 acres of land across the state. We're really thrilled to be with you today as this commission makes recommendations about funding the next round of working lands easements through the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. Colt and our partners worked incredibly hard during the 24 legislative session to secure additional grant funds for OAHP, and we're happy to see the continued demand for the program. Earlier this year, we circulated a survey throughout the land trust community that identified a strong pipeline over the biennium, the upcoming biennium, I'll say, of 25 projects that would protect over 38,000 acres of land. This robust pipeline and our continued work to secure sustained program funding are some of the reasons we are grateful for OWEB and the Commission's investment in improving program delivery for applicants through this most recent rulemaking. Colt does not weigh in on individual project funding decisions, so instead I just wanted to share a couple of updates with the Commission today. I'm so excited to share that after an extensive search process, our board of directors officially hired Joe Botafuco to lead our coalition as our new executive director. Joe comes to Colt after 14 years at the Nature Conservancy, bringing over 20 years of experience in land conservation to his new position. So we really look forward to having his leadership and hope that you would all join us in offering him a warm welcome to his new role in the Colt community. Over the summer, we conducted 3 legislative tours focused on OAHP and met with 40 members of the Oregon legislature to do education and advocacy on the program. We're currently working to finalize our policy platform for the upcoming year, but our top priorities will include funding for OAHP and other programs through OWEB, including drinking water and providing staff continuity, as well as permanent recreational immunity protections. And you can find additional information about the advocacy work we did in my submitted written testimony. Thank you again for your service on this commission, and we look forward to sharing the news about this next round of working lands projects protected through this program. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Thank you, Carson, and thank you both to you and the Coalition of Oregon Land Trust for your ongoing efforts in support of the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. It's really been a big help.
Okay, with seeing there's no other testimony right now, correct? We'll go to the review and approval of minutes of our last meeting of October 21st, 2024. Has everybody had a chance to review those minutes? And is there any questions or comments on the minutes? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I'm Laura Masterson. I move to approve the minutes from October 21st, 2024 OHC meeting as presented.
Is there a second?
I'm happy to second.
Ed, thank you. Is there any further discussion on those, on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Is there anybody abstaining from a vote?
Wasn't there?
Did you abstain or did? Okay, Jim Bob abstained. Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
We will move on to item D on the agenda, spending plan update. Taylor Larson, please.
Sure. Yeah, so the spending plan update, it's kind of a two-part item. So the first part is a recapture. So back in October of this year, the board approved adding $277,776 back into the OAHP spending plan line item for the 2023-2025 biennium. So this is the result of a canceled grant and the recapture of those funds. So that now that the board has amended the OAHP spending plan line item, the commission can amend their spending plan and choose how to allocate those grant funds. So the staff recommendation is that the commission add these funds to the Conservation Covenant and Easement grant line item for the commission's 2023-2025 spending plan. And that would make them available later today and when the commission's considering this current round of grant applications. And it would increase the amount available in that line item from $4,803,260 to $5,081,036. So that's part one. The second part is has to do with the funds we received through the Natural and Working Lands Fund. So way back in April of 2024, at our commission meeting, the commission was tasked with allocating the $750,000 that came to the commission to spend as a result of House Bill 3409 and funds that came to us through the Natural and Working Lands Fund. Those funds need to be spent on either the Conservation Management Planning Program and or associated technical assistance. And at the time of the meeting, the commission allocated $250,000 to our technical assistance grant program and $500,000 to the Conservation Management Planning Grant Program. And since that time, staff have been engaging in an outreach process with potential grantees and found a pretty high interest for the Conservation Management Planning Grant Program. And so given what we see as the anticipated demand for the CMP grants and coupled that with the lack of certainty around future funding, staff are recommending that the commission reallocate those $250,000 from the technical assistance line item into the conservation management planning grant program line item. And so that math is easier. It would increase the amount available for the conservation management planning grant program from $500,000 to $750,000 for the upcoming solicitation that we're aiming to open in early 2025. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or participate in the conversation.
Laura?
Taylor, remind me, is that money for some reason unable to be allocated into the easement grants?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was part of the stipulations. I like your creative thinking, though.
Always worth a try.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? And just to clarify, it's because it came through the,
through the Natural and Working Lands Fund, which was allocated by to the OWEB board / directed to be put into the Agricultural Heritage Program. And through that agreement, there's another commission called the Oregon Climate Action Commission that's kind of stipulates how those funds are to be spent. So we were supposed to make a proposal to that commission, and they're interested in funding on-the-ground practices. And so that's why they were directing us to spend it through our conservation management planning program, which is designed to fund the implementation of conservation practices. So in our agreement with that body as to how we'll spend the funds, we said they would either go through our technical assistance grant program or through our conservation management plan grant program. That's not to say in future years, if this fund were to be funded again, that agreement couldn't be tweaked, but that's for future years.
and I will say, I do think that all makes a lot of sense, but I think there's an argument to be made under the conservation easement program that avoided loss of the services that come with those lands is an important contributor to the climate action plan as well.
Yeah, and I think that's agreed upon. There's just limited funds to go around, and they wanted to prioritize on-the-ground practices. But
okay, I hope anybody listening, we'd like to see a lot of demand for the conservation management plan program going forward.
That's right.
Others? If not, you have a motion before you in writing that is worth reading verbatim.
I'll make the motion. I move to add $277,776 to the Conservation Covenant and Easement Grant line item of the 2023-2025 OAHP spending plan, and to move $250,000 from the Technical Assistance Grant line item to the Conservation Management Plan grant line item of the 2023-2025 OAHP spending plan.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded very specifically to approve the staff recommendation here as outlined by the chair. Is there any discussion?
I just want to state my approval of the $250,000 going from technical assistance to the conservation management plans. This group has not been able to fund adequately conservation management plans up to this point in time. And this gives us a significant amount of money to get that program kicked off and actually running, and see what we can accomplish through that plan. So I'm pleased that we're doing it this way.
Any other comments?
This is Lois, and I would agree because the conservation management plan has always been one of the real important actions if in fact we want to help our people that are doing this program to do the best thing possible. And the management plans have always been a real winner as far as I'm concerned, having worked with them for years and years. And so I would agree that this is a good place for that extra money to go.
Thank you, Lois. Others? If everybody's okay, let's proceed to vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is conservation easement application review and funding recommendation. You want to get us started, Taylor?
We do technically have a break right now before we move into that, so I would suggest we take a quick one and reconvene. So we're running ahead of schedule.
We're running ahead of schedule. I'm looking for a kind of sense of the room. Chairs, I think if we wanted to proceed with the presentation, we could and then have a break. We'll need to be back on fixed time for the public comment at 10:45. So I think it's probably at the discretion of the chairs whether we take a break now or after the staff overview. That's start of agenda item E here. I know you just had an extended break.
Yes, we did. And as chair, I would just soon keep going, but if anybody prefers a break, let's keep.
Okay, are we concerned about the agenda that was published and people showing up at the time to see? Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my colleagues here. Do we need to have that start on time, or is the public comment our next fixed time moment? I forget what the word for it is.
Yeah, Renee.
Time certain. Where are we?
For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager at OWEB. We absolutely need to adhere to the public comment timing. I'm not sure, does the agenda include some agenda items may move timing-wise? Does it include that language? Because we do at times do that with the OWEB board agenda, knowing that things can move, but we typically hold to the public comment time periods.
And we can definitely adhere to the 10:45 public comment period. And I see our conservation application review is both before and after that public comment period. So I would prefer to get going.
I think we can just do it. No, I think we just move into the agenda item.
And I think what we probably should do then is keep it only to kind of the framing of high-level process. We will not go into any of the project descriptions until after public comment occurs.
And maybe the staff could give a brief recap at that particular point in time, say what we did in the preceding half hour or so there, just if anybody is showing up. But in the interest of, many commissioners here have multiple hours of driving ahead of them after today.
Thank you for bearing with us. Robin Meacher, I am the Conservation Easement Specialist for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. You all have been introduced to Taylor, our program coordinator, and then Renee, our Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. So we'll all be up here kind of bring this. You'll hear a lot of my voice, so I apologize at the beginning for that. But so just wanted to do a quick introduction to the cycle for the Conservation Covenant, Working Lands Conservation Covenant and Easement grant offering. So we did launch this cycle in May this year, and then we closed it at the end of June. After the launch of the cycle, we did hold, OHP staff held an informational webinar on the program and the cycle, highlighting program requirements and the application expectations and the process. Following the program's first offering, we had a number of opportunities to connect with program participants, the applicants and the near applicants in the first round about program implementation, including the application, the review team process, and program requirements. That helped inform our current solicitation, and then we are also working on kind of a roadmap on how to do a similar engagement process following this cycle. OHP staff did, during the cycle, offer all potential applicants the opportunity to do a pre-application consultation with staff to discuss the project goals, program requirements, and answer any questions related to the program, the cycle, and the application. This is pretty standard of OWEB grant processes, and so we followed a very similar process there and gave everybody the opportunity to ask questions and bring their potential project to us at that time. We're going to walk you through a quick roadmap as to where we're going today. You see this is a very large agenda item broken into multiple parts, so hopefully we've broken that up in a way that makes sense to you all. But so we are going to start, as Renee mentioned, with kind of an overview of the application review process, the evaluations, and then the funding process and ground the commission in the evaluation criteria as we have described in rule. So that's where we will start with kind of this process overview. We'll then break for public comment before moving into the discussion of the applications, and then following that with application ranking and commission deliberation. After public comment, we will then present each application and a summary of the review team's considerations. During those presentations, we will welcome clarifying questions from the commission about the application itself, but we'll ask that you leave questions about funding and ranking until all applications have been presented. And then we'll take another break for lunch. And then after all the applications have been presented, we will take that lunch break and then resume with the commission deliberation and conclude with the funding recommendation that staff will present to the OWEB board in January. And then we will make our funding recommendation. So that is the commission's final recommendation to the OWEB board. This is what we will bring to the OWEB board at the meeting in January. As Sarah mentioned, that's part of what her role here is to help kind of with the process so the board can be kind of grounded in the commission's deliberations and ultimate decision on the recommendation. Okay, and then to the grant offering itself. Why are we here? What is this grant offering? So this is the Working Lands Conservation Covenant and Easement Grant Offering. I do want to just ground us really quick in programmatically what we are talking about when we're talking about working lands easements here. So ultimately, working lands conservation easements still must carry out at least one purpose of the statutory definition of conservation easements. Up on the screen is this lovely space where we talk about the Conservation Easement Enabling Statute, which is state law. I'm not going to go through all the purposes, but that's kind of fundamentally where you have to meet in order to be a conservation easement in Oregon. And then programmatically, it's a little bit more specific, and we're looking at working lands conservation easements, covenants or easements funded under the program have to contribute to a variety of purposes and goals, and that is to help contribute to the increased economic viability of Oregon's agricultural operations and economic sector, the reduced conversion and fragmentation of Oregon's working land, and the enhanced fish or wildlife habitat, water quality, and other natural resources on Oregon's working land. So more specifically, In the program's rules regarding working lands easements, we have these additional purposes, or for you all down here, I think it's right there. So sorry, that's probably small writing for you, so I will read them. Ultimately, the working lands conservation covenant easements must protect the continued use of a working land for agricultural purposes while maintaining or enhancing fish or wildlife habitat, maintaining or enhancing water quality, or maintaining or enhancing other natural resource values. So that's more of our programmatic definition of what these conservation easements on working lands are intended to produce for the program. All right, so as we talked about earlier, and as you all just amended your spending plan, we have about $5.08 million available in this grant cycle for recommendation to the board for award. Our total request this time was around 8.9 million. So we do have a discrepancy there. That is the great thing and both the challenging thing about running a competitive grant cycle with limited funding is we have a funding line. And we'll talk more about that as we get into kind of the more funding consideration, but just we'll continue to remind you how much money you have available as we go through. Okay, so now our decision pathway to funding projects. So for our statute and rules, because that's what we like to talk about all the time, is we exist in a world of statutes and rules. And our staff's role in the application review is to facilitate a process where applications are evaluated and ranked by a technical review team, or a TRT, which we'll probably use interchangeably. So with expertise relevant to the evaluation criteria. And so ultimately, that process itself, the TRT process, included a full day meeting where our technical review team discussed each project in the context of the evaluation criteria, where they articulated strengths and concerns regarding the individual applications, and then concluded with a poll that ranked the projects. The team was provided the opportunity then to discuss amongst themselves in that meeting whether the poll reflected their collective understanding of how the projects ranked, and then they provided a final ranking, and that is what was provided to you all, the commission, and posted in terms of the application ranking. We were able to achieve 100 participation in the meeting by all of the members of the review team, which was really great logistically because every member who was part of the ranking process got to discuss and share with their peers about those strengths and concerns and come to that final ranking. So yes, we like to complain about online meetings, but they do have a logistical purpose that was really valuable in this context. Our technical review team was comprised of individuals from across the state that represented various geographies and areas of expertise. The full team evaluated each project, which was different than the last cycle where we had individual unique review teams for each project that then provided written commentary to staff. So there was a bit of change in process as part of the discussion we've had in the context of rules, where we have a process laid out in rule that tracks with statute, and so we were aligning better with that this time around. Just a note for the members of our technical review teams, these are all volunteers. They volunteer their time with the support of their institutions. So that is also, from a logistical consideration, always keeping in mind that these folks volunteer their time and provide us with an incredibly valuable context and expertise as we go through these processes. And then we do also encourage our reviewers to reach out to others in their agency or their organization that may have a specialized knowledge of a region and its unique natural resource and agricultural components to add additional context to that review. Our reviewers this cycle included U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff that served the Willamette Valley and Central and Eastern Oregon, a land use and natural resource expertise from Oregon Department of Agriculture. We had a specialist in agronomy, soils, and forage and grain crops from OSU Extension, and then rangeland scientist from USGS, and then the Pacific Northwest Regional Soils Health Scientist from NRCS. And I think I'm missing the Agricultural Resource Station.
Yeah, we had another rangeland ecologist
Yes.
from ARS.
And so what our review team does so they provide you the ranking, they discuss the projects. Somewhat different from typical OWEB process is that our review team does not make a fund/do not fund determination or recommendation on submitted applications based on the merits of the proposed projects relative to the evaluation criteria. Rather, the team's ranking signals their expert opinion on alignment of the proposed project with the program intent and in the context of that criteria. So that's why you don't see fund, do not fund recommendations being submitted from the TRT or from staff, as that's not how our process is defined in statute and rule. So.
Can we ask a question to go along?
Sure, yeah.
So how are the technical people chosen? Process work.
Yeah, great question. So we have maintained a kind of core group in some regard of folks that served on the previous technical review team from our original grant solicitation. So we have some carryover from that of just folks that were available, had the expertise, and were able to continue. And then we do spend a little bit of time as we're kind of building generalized expertise for the program. We're a working lands program, so we know we're going to want to have folks with experience in agriculture. We also know we're statewide and that it might vary where we get our applications from. So we leave a little bit of flexibility at the time of receiving applications to make sure that we're asking and having the appropriate types of reviewers with the appropriate type of expertise on the review team. And then ultimately, staff puts together what our process was this year, which was done in collaboration with the commission, was we put together a kind of roster of necessary expertise, present that to the commission, ask them, does this meet your expectation of what type of expertise we need here? And then we kind of go forth and make sure that we have that in our technical review team. And I think that's kind of why we talk about the recognition that these are all volunteers. We can't force anybody to be on our technical review team as much as we may try. And often folks are juggling multiple different types of priorities and sitting on other review teams as well. So we have a wonderful wealth of expertise in our state, but we also are limited in what people can do. Which is why I think we are all particularly grateful that the folks that served on our technical review team this year were also willing and excited to do so and participated at the level they did. Sure. Taylor, Renee, do you want to add anything to that? Great. Okay, so where are we now? So essentially what you saw in the program packet was the staff recommendation to the commission, which I outlined earlier, is really an articulation of where the funding line of available funding falls within the TRT's ranking. And so today, given this kind of decisional space for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission, we are kind of bringing all these pieces together for you, the review committee ranking, the funding line, the evaluation, and so that's kind of where we're sitting today. I did miss a little bit on process, so I'll kind of go back a little bit, but so in the context of the review with our TRT, they get the applications kind of immediately. In the middle of that process, staff is doing site visits to each project, and so we did kind of our Oregon Roadshow through July, August, and September, and the purpose of those site visits were for us as staff to verify the information that were presented in the application, and then gain context and clarification on applicant elements to bring back to the review team meeting. Excuse me. So our site visits were not necessarily to kind of delve into the technical aspects of the project, but were more to kind of gain the clarity that we could then represent to our technical review teams during their discussions. We also do a project soundness review, and that is provided to OWEB staff in a written form on the project elements that are related more specifically to the transaction soundness, as well as the applicant's capacity to purchase and steward the easement. So this feedback was then summarized by staff and presented to the TRT during their review meeting. So they did have that context as they were kind of looking through the entirety of the applications and the projects and ultimately their ranking. And then, as mentioned, the evaluations and the funding line were provided to the commission in the packet, and those will be discussed in more detail later. And then we are now here where you all will make your funding recommendation to the board. Your deliberation, and then that combined with the review team's ranking and the evaluations and the funding line is what ultimately informs your commission recommendation that goes to the OWEB board for final decision on award. And I'm going to do a quick time check.
You got plenty of time.
Oh, well, then I can talk slower. So with that, before we kind of move into more of the specifics on the projects and everything, we do want to just kind of ground folks in the conflict of interest policy. So just a reminder that we will do this when we come back from the break and go more in depth on the projects, but we will ask the commission to communicate as necessary if there's any conflicts of interest, perceived conflict, or potential bias. We have them briefly defined as to kind of what those mean up there, but we will give you space for that when we come back after public comment. And then want to remind folks where we are currently in our evaluation criteria. So I know you just had a wonderful conversation about the rules and the evaluation criteria and all the hard work you've been doing over the last many, many months and many, many hours. However, we are still working with the current rule set and the current evaluation criteria. So as you're thinking through, listening to the project discussion and the summaries, just want to remind folks, we know it's hard to kind of separate the two because you've been so focused in the new rules that we'll be hoping that the board will adopt and will come into play for future processes, but we are still grounded in our evaluation criteria that is currently in our rule set. And we recognize it is a lot. This is one of our most colorful bubble diagrams, bubbles and squares. So we do, if at any time during the conversation and you're kind of want clarity on an evaluation criteria, please don't hesitate to ask questions about that, because we do know you're in a little bit of a complicated space just in the transition between the two. And I think at this point, I will pass it to Renee to cover additional kind of process and other things, and then move.
Could I ask one question about the process up to this point here? You mentioned the pre-application consultation. Did all the applicants take advantage of that?
They didn't. We had some brand new applicants to the program, and so they tended to be the most engaged on that and getting to know. I think the fact that we had an application or a program solicitation webinar also may have helped with some folks feel confident in just bringing their applications forward. So not 100% participation, but we also engage pretty regularly.
And did the applicants and staff feel that was a useful step in the process?
I won't speak for the applicants, other than they told us that they did. But that is the feedback we got. And it didn't end at the pre-app consultations either. We regularly got phone calls and emails asking about, what exactly is a certain map trying to get at? Can they combine maps? And so we continued to engage outside the application, pre-app consultation. And that's true as well for folks that didn't have a consultation. We still fielded questions from them about the process and the application itself.
If I could just ask one more question, Doug. In the technical review process, I know looked at project soundness. Is there a review of the project budget? And I know that the standard practice is applicants are encouraged to ask for what they need. But I know in the OWEB grant process anyway, there's a fairly critical look at what the actual budget items are requesting and how much things cost. Is that part of the project soundness, or where does that come in?
Yeah, good question. So budget review happens at a staff level primarily, and more from the context of budget category rather than weighing in on the specific ask in a line item. As we've talked about, and as you just mentioned, we do ask for folks to ask for what they need, and recognize that we're all familiar with these types of projects, but we don't know as well as our grantees and our applicants as to what the costs might be that they do. So we look at the budget from the context of, did they appropriately identify which category it falls in, but we don't necessarily go into the number. And it's something that we actually ask our soundness reviewers not to focus on, because they're looking at these very much in the, I don't want to say abstract, but in some ways, they're very removed from that process. And so budget numbers are not something that we bring into the soundness review context in that way.
And if I could just follow up in terms of broader OWEB context, in the more distant past, there was a lot of scrutiny, a lot of questioning about cost per foot of fence. And sometimes that didn't really represent what an individual situation might be with a specific project. And so I think what we've tried to do overall within the agency is pull up to kind of more of a return on investment without kind of a nickel and diming, absent all information approach. And we do still have fiscal staff that look closely at budgets to ensure we don't have ineligible costs included within a certain budget category. So I think we're trying to create some space for folks to ask what they need without making assumptions that we know a project better than them, but still having those fiscal guardrails with the reviews.
You've got a hand on the screen after Mark too, just so Nancy's online.
Thank you, Laura.
Nancy's going first.
I'll lower my hand. Oh, sorry. I was curious how you evaluated future water availability through the technical review team.
So to clarify, Nancy, the question is how the review team looked at future water availability for a particular project?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so to kind of ground that again in the context of the evaluation criteria, because water availability is not called out specifically as part of our evaluation criteria, but it does in the conversation of the viability of the operation, and then the kind of regional significance of a piece of ground. And so that's kind of the context in which our technical reviewers look at it to bring that in. So when you see commentary about water availability, it's kind of looking at the ongoing viability of the operation and the property from an agricultural component. So from an evaluation standpoint, they're basing it based off the information provided to them in the application. And so I think sometimes you'll see at times commentary on questions raised around whether a piece of ground, either from a climate consideration, is going to have ongoing availability of water for the types of agriculture that may be present there. And then you also see it in just when we talk about irrigation and irrigation rights and irrigation districts and all the complexities there. So it factors in kind of two ways: in a soundness consideration in terms of, will this an easement on this piece of ground be able to be kind of compatible with the water availability and the water rights and the structuring of the water rights on that property. So it goes kind of more into that like legal technicality of the water availability and the water rights. And then you look at it more on our outside of the soundness context, but more in the kind of the piece of ground's productivity as well. So is that helpful, Nancy?
Yeah, that was helpful in explaining the purpose. I just wondered what type of expertise was on the technical review committee to kind of give you this assessment.
Yeah, so I think from that perspective, all of our reviewers weighed in based off of their geographical understanding, and then also kind of how they've seen interaction with water rights play out and water availability play out in their areas. Our ODA, I won't call him a representative, even though that was the organization they were with at the time, had quite a bit of experience and commentary to provide on the interaction with water on different types of soils and different areas. And then we also had reviewers who, some of our rangeland scientists as well, that were able to kind of speak to that. And then from our technical soundness perspective, our contractors that review that have significant experience with water rights and the technicalities of all different types of water instruments that pertain to water rights.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. This falls under the category of new guy comment or new guy question, so it could be a dumb question, so.
Fair deal.
So the administrative rule requires that staff provide governing bodies, cities and counties in the jurisdiction of the area that the covenant or easement acquisition, as well as affected government agencies and tribes. So do we send it to like county planning commissions? That's the first question. And have we got any response from them on that? And the government agencies, how are those chosen? I mean, because there's government agencies a lot, well, federal and state and local government agencies. Does it include nonprofits and those kind of, are they considered a government agency? And then the tribes, how do we pick and choose? Because some tribes overlap each other. How is that happening to make sure that we've provided this to them so that they can comment on it? And then the third question is, have they taken advantage of that? So, sorry.
No, great questions, Mark. And I will start and then I'll send it over to Renee, and I'll lay out what we have done, what we did, and then how we're kind of continuing to work with that rule requirement. So kind of OWEB process that informed our previous application solicitation that we dealt with in 2022, we essentially asked our applicants to provide us with a list of interested parties that we could then use to notify to help us meet that requirement. And they did. They provided us with neighbors, local organizations, planning officials, and that kind of varied depending on the applicant. We basically put it in their hands. In kind of rereading that rule, we realized that's an OWEB requirement, and so we really should take control over that and be facilitating that notification process on our own, because ultimately it's OWEB's requirement to be reaching out and doing the public notification. So for this cycle, I'll talk about the non-tribal part. I'll give that to Taylor because he facilitated that more than I did. We looked at it specifically not in regards to kind of just who might be interested, but specifically the cities and counties with jurisdiction in the area. We found the contacts for the city council, the mayor, public, the not planning commission, the commissioners for the counties, county commissioners, and we sent direct notification to them about the applications and the fact that they would be under deliberation at this meeting. So that was direct communication. And what we asked them to do is essentially participate in the public comment process on that. They're always welcome to reach out with us with questions, and we give that to them, that option to them as well. But it's essentially trying to marry that requirement for notification and make it administratively easier for us to just manage that through public comment. And we did not receive any direct feedback. To my knowledge, we didn't receive any public comment directly from those that received notice. And regarding the kind of federal agencies, that's a tough one because it could get really big or we just might not know. And so what we've looked at is there a direct nexus of this project to an affected government agency, and kind of tried to rely on that. Otherwise, it's just a little bit hard of a one to wrangle. And then I'll let Taylor talk about our tribal notification process.
Sure. I mean, it's a pretty similar process, except for at OWEB, we have a tribal liaison. And so we work with Ken Vetcho on putting out a notice to all tribes within the state who may have an interest. And he helps us kind of do the direct outreach. All the tribes that were notified were notified of all projects. So we weren't trying to get too specific and split hairs as to which tribe might be interested in which project. So we shared all the projects and solicited, input, offered the chance for public comment or discussions for, clarification on what was being considered, but we also did not receive any direct outreach back on that front.
Mark, thanks for the question, and you know how seriously OWEB takes public notification, having been on the board for a while now. So we also use I think about 2,800 person Gov delivery to blast out information in advance of this meeting, in advance of the OWEB board meeting, where the easement projects will be considered in terms of the tribal piece. We have adjusted that through time because in the past we did try to make a determination of where their ceded lands, usual and custom use, and just working with, again, kind of our tribal liaison, a determination of we shouldn't be trying to make guesses and assumptions of which tribe cares about an activity in a particular location. We're going to engage all 9 federally recognized tribes and the NESPERS through the notification process. And I think Robin captured the federal government piece quite well. That is tricky, and we actually have scheduled, I think maybe next week, within our acquisitions and special programs section, a conversation about this is a notification we use for water acquisition, land acquisition, OAHP, we will for drinking water, source protection, getting really clear on what the expectations are of that. How do we leverage things like the large Gov delivery notification, but get to where there's a direct nexus, because right now in rule the language is very squishy.
Ed?
Yeah, this is, for the record, Commissioner Ed Contreras, and looking at your very colorful bubble chart over there, maybe it's testing my eyesight, but I don't see any, criteria, those corresponding criteria related to the significance evaluation aspect, significance of the agricultural, ecological, and social values of the working land. And I know we spent a lot of time in discussion in the new rulemaking process to help, get us closer to understanding how we judge that in this evaluation process. But I was hoping you could maybe elaborate how that was looked at during this round of applications.
Certainly. For the record, this is Robin Meacher, staff. And yeah, I'll talk about kind of the benefits and challenges of that criteria without further elaboration and rule. And then I think I'll also toss it to Renee of just kind of to bring us back to some of the discussions we had in the spring about like, what do we want to see in applications from folks when we have spaces like this with less definition. And so kind of the first thing to say is we ask in the application directly of the applicants to tell us why something is significant. So it's in some ways their opportunity to make the case for the kind of OWEB mantra of why here, why now? And that all can feed into this significant determination. Other than that, what we see play out is more of a conversation in a context of, okay, so the significance of the working land, we want to look at the agricultural community it's sitting in. What kind of justification is the applicant providing that this piece of property is significant to the community? Not saying that it's, if that information isn't there, that it isn't, but it is asked of the applicant to give them that context as to why it's significant. And then looking at what are the water resources that feed into this? What is its surrounding context in its soil resources, in its production capability? And so there is a bit of taking what the applicant gives you and figuring out, is that also given appropriate justification and documentation in the application that helps them understand that significance? And then there's also just their own expertise of kind of what makes a piece of ground and the values that they support significant in a certain region. And so I think that's kind of how folks have tried to work in that space where we as staff cannot tell them what significance means, because that would take us outside the context of what the evaluation criteria really describes.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything, Renee?
I think you covered it, honestly, Robin. We did talk with all of you, both in the rulemaking context, but also in the discussion in advance of opening this solicitation about what we had heard from the first cycle. I was not here during that, but from what I understand, folks saying, if you care about this, then ask us a question about this in the application. So some refinements were made. But then talking with all of you about, are there any new kind of guidance or direction signals that you want to send to applicants, and I'll talk about that. It'll be a nice segue, just briefly. But one thing that we heard you all say is, this is the applicant's opportunity to tell their story. The yes, why here, why now, why, how does this project connect to the evaluation criteria? Yes, application questions should kind of help them see that roadmap, and this is the space for them to tell their story. So let them do that in the application. And hopefully they would get that opportunity through like the significance question.
Hey, I don't see any other questions right now.
No, sorry.
Oh, Laura, she's sleeping.
I was taking notes. Did OWEB staff visit all 10 sites this time?
Yes. So myself and Taylor went to each site and gave the applicant the opportunity to provide, basically run the show. And then recognizing that these are private lands owned by private individuals, we also gave the applicant the opportunity to define and determine how they wanted to engage the landowners on those site visits. I'll speak for myself that I think we had 100% participation of the landowners, and that is incredibly valuable for us, and I think for the applicants as well. So yeah, we did make it to all of them. Great, thank you. Okay, great. I will pass it to Renee.
Okay, great. And we are close to getting to break. So a few pieces, I mentioned the conversation we had back in April about some of that direction setting that we asked of the commission in advance of launching the cycle. So just as a reminder to that, we talked about, do you want to express an interest in a certain geographic location to get some of that balance of coverage across regions? Would you be interested in setting a funding cap for what a single application can ask for? You all said, no, folks should be asking for what they need. They should be coming to us from any geography where there is a viable project that connects well to the dual benefit program. We did talk about the opportunity for applicants to tell their story and had made some adjustments to the application questions, hopefully to be able to do that. And knowing this will continue to be a refinement process. We'll get feedback each cycle and hopefully continue to tighten down some of those pieces. So just wanted to make sure we had a quick reminder about that before we move into the afternoon, so you remembered the guidance that you did or did not provide to applicants coming into the program. A few pieces, I think, because we will go into break and then public comment. So in terms of break, and Taylor and Ellen, I think, did send you some communications around serial communications. So this would apply at break and lunch. Sarah is our procedural goddess, so she can talk in.
I have a little ruler. I'll just come around and hit anybody that engages in serial communications during the break.
So there's definitely new guidance coming. Yeah, there's new guidance coming to state agencies about that. So we're trying to be mindful of that with all of our decisional bodies, having that direct conversation. We will go to public comment shortly. This is absolutely an opportunity for the commission to hear from applicants, from landowners, from interested parties. In the same way that we try to structure the public comment with the OWEB board, certainly ask clarifying questions if needed during or after public comment, but if we can be careful not to move into a deliberational space in public comment, since we will not yet have gotten the individual presentations about the projects. And then just, I think this is more of a flag for later in the meeting. In the event that chair and vice chair determine we need to take a break because we need to follow up with staff or ask them some questions about numbers that are presented. There is the space to do that, so we have a structured agenda, but knowing that as you get into your deliberations, obviously it's at the discretion of the chair and vice chair to manage the meeting as needed if we need a little bit of time to follow up from a staff perspective on questions that you all are asking. So I think with that, we're ready for public comment.
Laura,
I have a question about serial meetings.
you need to bring your mic.
I have a question about serial meetings. I am under the understanding that the commission is not allowed to deliberate towards a decision outside of the meeting. Are we talking about, I mean, I just want to clarify, we're not talking about zero conversation about anything at lunch.
You don't have to go get a cup of coffee and stand in a corner facing the wall. We have been advised, and we're trying to line up trainings with the Oregon Government Ethics Commission with all of our boards and commissions and councils to be able to get some more clarification. We should not be talking about business matters that will eventually lead to a commission action or recommendation outside of our public meeting, transparent, visible context. Grandkids are fine, kids are fine, we can talk about philosophical issues, we can talk about a lot of stuff. But if you find yourself talking about something that's on the agenda, that creates a risk that we could be in violation. And I think what's changed in guidance with some new rulemaking from OGEC is we used to think that having fewer than a quorum worth of people having that conversation made it okay. And that's not the case. So if 2 people, 3 people are sitting there having a conversation about business matters that will come back into the public meeting at some point, will proceed towards a vote at some point, that does create a risk because the point of serial communications is 3 of you go and talk and that's not a quorum, but then 1 of you goes and talks to 3 other people, that becomes a quorum. And so that's the serial communications concern, and it exists in a live meeting, it exists over lunch, it exists over email, it exists via text. So we ask that folks just avoid talking about business actions and things that will move towards business actions, commission business during our breaks. You don't have to not talk to each other. I know, I'm sorry.
Does that answer your question, Laura?
Yeah, that's.
I didn't say you liked it, I said you understand it. Bruce?
And what Sarah told me yesterday is the hammer here is that if a disgruntled applicant or citizen decides to sue OWEB or the Ag Heritage Program or whatever, that the Department of Justice will not defend us individually or collectively.
Let me see if I can describe this a little more carefully than I might have done it over dinner last night. So there are 2 specific risks, as I understand it, associated with this. And again, we'll find you a good trainer to make sure that you get the right story going forward. There's a risk to the underlying decision that a complaint or a violation could result in the decision being reversed and basically sent back to start over again in public meeting, which obviously would create a lot of delays and uncertainty for our applicants and for the agency. We don't want that. The other is that individual board and commission members can be found in violation of public meetings rules, and that could lead to litigation that, you are individuals at that point. The Department of Justice works with violations associated with agencies. If there were litigation against individuals, that's kind of you guys and the litigant, and the Department of Justice, as I understand, doesn't enter into that. I'm not saying it's, I'm just telling you what we've been told.
She's not saying we need to like it, telling us what.
Well, and I want to recognize that it's unclear, it's changing. There's been litigation that led to new rulemaking. The whole thing is getting nested within a new agency. It's a condition of uncertainty, and so we're asking you to be conservative in your discussions and make sure that we don't break either the letter or the spirit of the public meetings law. The deliberation belongs in a public meeting.
Okay, I don't see any hands up on the video feed, and there's no questions here. So let's go to break, and we'll return at 10:45. Thank you.
Seems like you should. Okay, we ready? Welcome back to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission meeting. Next item within an item is public comment on the conservation easements grant offering here. We have 3 people signed up, all apparently in the room.
Renee is online.
Renee is online, pardon me there. I told Doug I had this down. Anyway, we'll start with Renee, followed by John Albertson and Mark Hudson, who are, I believe, both talking about the same project. No, Mark's shaking his head. I'll let you, we'll take John first, followed by Mark. So Renee, if you are online and unmuted, talk to us.
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. My name is Renee Myers, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Wild Rivers Land Trust, working on the South Coast. And I just wanted to provide a few public comments. First, I just wanted to say thank you to both OWEB and OAHP for bringing applicants into this process and listening to us and capturing our feedback, and in actually a very timely manner, kind of turning the issues that were raised around into solutions that will hopefully, be approved, and these proposed changes will be implemented hopefully in the near future. So I just want to say thank you for that. The other one is specifically related to the Wall Ranch Conservation Easement project, which we had submitted. I know this is the second round of OAHP funding that the Wild Rivers Land Trust has applied for. And I just can't state enough how instrumental OAHP funding has been, not only in securing extensive match for the project, but if approved, will be really instrumental in helping this project get across the finish line and to closing. It's a very important project. The Southern Oregon coast is the last of its kind for those of you who have been down there, and you can still find large tracts of agricultural land and watersheds that flow from wilderness all the way down to the mouth of working lands, and communities are really working hard together to try to find balance between conservation and protecting the abundant land and waters that are there, but also preserving a way of life that is vital to a thriving community down there, and their economy and also their rural culture. For those of you that have read it, the Oregon Agricultural Trust provided really great information in their 2024 Working Lands Feasibility Assessment regarding the most recent agricultural census. And in Curry County, which the Wall Ranch project is located, it showed that a shocking 36% of agricultural land was disenrolled either through development or abandonment from agricultural uses, from 70,338 to 44,734 from 2017 to 2022, which is really significant. And when you talk to stakeholders and landowners in Curry County, agricultural landowners, it's really stressed right now, just trying to survive and stay viable. And the Wall Ranch is in the Elk River watershed, which is one of the last, coho strongholds of salmon on the Oregon Coast Range. And there's been a lot of significant investment by conservation partners, nonprofits, local, state, and federal agency, just trying to protect that entire watershed. And with this project getting approved for full funding will be a very significant in those efforts. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Renee. Any questions? Okay, John Albertson, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Albertson, and I'm here to provide information for the Albertson Ranch Conservation Easement application. My wife Susan and I purchased the ranch over 30 years ago from my aunt, who had owned it since the 1940s. Susan was raised on wildlife refuges across the country, and I was born and raised on a ranch in Lake County. When we purchased the ranch, we recognized its undeveloped potential. It has a close proximity to Goose Lake, and Drews and Mill Creek drainages run through the property. With the help of a lifelong friend who's a water rights expert. We started the challenging process, and it's taken us over 26 years to perfect the surface and groundwater rights that we have today. In 2006, we secured an NAWCA grant to drill a deep water well to provide additional water to our wetlands project. We moved about 40,000 yards of dirt to build 3 reservoirs that cover 140 acres. Not only are the reservoirs beneficial to migrating waterfowl and shorebirds, but they have significantly improved grazing for cattle and other wildlife. The reservoirs, when filled, create large resting and feeding areas for migrating waterfowl during the spring and fall migrations. They also fill the soil profile, creating more forage on the adjacent lands. We have some large stands of basin big sagebrush that provide much needed mule deer habitat. I've submitted a letter of support from John Muir, the ODF&W supervising biologist for Lake County. He addresses the species of concern that use the ranch. I hope you get a chance to review his letter. Our decades of commitment of time and resources show we are serious about sustaining agriculture and providing crucial habitat for many wildlife species. The ranch consists of 750 acres with 13 tax lots. 10 of those lots are 10 acres or less. These small lots are in high demand for rural residential housing and have the potential to cause ranch fragmentation. This happens throughout Lake County when ranching families are forced to sell these small parcels during tough times to provide additional working capital. We've also been approached by solar companies wanting to lease our lands for solar development. This threatens everything we stand for. We feel very strongly about keeping ranches intact, and this conservation easement will accomplish that even after we're all gone. Any questions or any clarity? Please.
Thank you, John. Questions, comments?
Thank you. And thanks for what you do.
Thank you. Remind me what's the time limit? I noticed we have a little one. Okay. Mark. And I've just been reminded, and you'll see it next to you, the red, yellow, green light buttons on the left. I think it's set for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Thanks to the staff for the time and energy that they put in developing these applications, developing the program. It's a new program. New programs need a lot of work. And so a lot of appreciation to them, and also appreciation to you for volunteering your time and help, which is, at the end of the day, why ODE exists. So your labor's volunteered time means a lot to us as an organization. We, first off, really say we appreciate that. We did turn in written comments in there. There's a lot of detail. ODE did put 5 applications forth, so I'm probably not going to get to everything in a 3-minute public comment period. But I did want to say there was also some procedural stuff to discuss in there. That is really just an invitation for us to talk. This is a new program. And so, like anything, any refinements we can work out today is going to save us double time and get double work down the road. And so that's what we're really looking at. We focus on perpetuity, all of us do. And so how can we achieve that? How can we get there so that we can save parts of the landscape and move on to other parts of the landscape with the most efficiency and impacting the best things? But that being said, let's talk about projects. That's why we're here today. You just heard from John Albertson there behind us. John and Susan have done an incredible job on their piece of working land down there in Lake County. Not only is it a productive ranch, it works about as well for a mallard as a mothered cow. And honestly, sitting from their yard overlooking the property, it's hard to know that what you're looking at there is engineered, right? Not only have they done such a good aspect of work, but there's such a good integration of wildlife, of what they're doing with the livestock ranching there. Until you really put boots on the ground and get wandering out, it'd be hard to know that those reservoirs are a constructed part of the environment. Looking just from the road, it looks like any other piece of sagebrush, but at the same time, productive grassland, really secure and usable water rights, those kinds of things that we want to see to keep the economies in areas like Lakeview going, which are entirely dependent on agriculture. Speaking to other Albertsons, John and his relatives put forth their family land as well up there in the Yoakum Valley. It's a big piece of the Yoakum Valley, which is a high mountain flat, wet meadow flat, there at the top of the Fremont-Wenema National Forest. It's a gorgeous place. On a good day, you can see Mount Shasta from up there. And, 110 years ago, the family went in there and put up, I think it's a 30, 40-foot dirt dam to be able to create a very secure water right and enhance the grazing and productivity that was already coming from those natural wet meadows up there. And so in so doing and keeping that rotation, they are creating a great summer grazing operation for livestock, but they are also creating a great grazing operation for a lot of the migratory ungulates that we see are very dependent on those kinds of areas up there, as well as a number of migratory songbirds. And so the Albertsons are a great example of this multi-generational commitment to agriculture, to farming, to a way of life in that particular geography. Ooh, have I run out of time?
You have.
Did that happen? Okay.
Take a few seconds more.
All right, well, I'm gonna skip to the Ginocchios really quick. The Ginocchios, great versatile ranchers. They are doing what most ranchers have to do these days, which is move cows all the way from Central California on any piece of land that they can up to Lakeview. And they're also the bedrock of a place like Lakeview. And then gonna take you from there to the lower Columbia River Valley for the Sealeys. If you've grocery shopped anywhere in Portland, there's a good chance you've run by a Sealy Mint. It's a great operation, diversified, doing things on some of the deepest, best productive soils that we can find anywhere in that part of the state. And lastly, going to talk about Sam Sweeney, a guy who cares so much about farming that he put country heritage in the name of his farm. And he does all of that work a literal stone's throw from the UGB border of Dayton. So there's nothing that could be any more central to the goals of a program like Oregon Ag Heritage, great productive farmland squarely under threat. So with that, thank you for all your time. I don't envy you the decisions that you have, but we thank you for your perspective and looking at our work today.
Thank you, Mark. You were actually very concise, which is why you got special dispensation. Hey, any questions for Mark before he leaves there? Thank you.
Okay. Taylor, you headed back our way? Think we're to the conservation easement application review and funding recommendations.
Chair Kramer.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Laura. Go.
I have a general question, and that is, it wasn't clear to me from all the pages of 25 pages that we got, which programs are currently qualified for ASAP AL, and I was just curious if that was easy information. There are some references to NRCS, sometimes it's called out, but it isn't always called out. Is that information you have, or that you could let us know?
So you mean which applications and projects are using ASAP AL as their match source? So that should be identified in their application for each one. Their match sources are listed as to whether they're primarily being matched by ASAP AL and to what amount, and whether it's pending or secured. And then also if they have additional match sources, it's in the application.
Got it.
Were you looking for a list?
I can put it together.
Well, I don't know if anybody has it off the top of their head.
Yeah, I can add that in. I don't think it's, I might have it in the project descriptions for each of the summaries that I'm about to do. I'll try to remember to note it. If I don't, you are welcome to stop and ask, what is the match source? And we'll do our best to capture all of them.
Okay. I don't see any other questions on the video, so Robin, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Once again, Robin Meacher, OWEB staff. And so we're gonna pick up now in our summaries of each application and project that was submitted for funding this cycle. We'll start off, Renee, do you want to start with any framing comments, or should we just kind of jump in? Okay, So I'll jump in and I will apologize now to you all. There is a map for you to look at that identifies the locations of all of the applications that were submitted, and I imagine on this tiny screen you can't see anything, so I'm sorry. But you're always welcome to refer or ask us for it. We can provide it at any time. But essentially what we're trying to really get across with the map in front of you is just the breadth of geographies that we got in our applications this time around. And that's not unique for the whole 2 offerings we've had. Both offerings for this grant type, we've gotten a lot of interest from across the state. And so we do want to highlight that. Again, we saw 10 applications this time, and they cover pretty much what I like to refer to as all 5 corners of Oregon. You've got Central Oregon, Northeast, Southeast, the South Coast, and the North, and then the Willamette Valley as well. And so just kind of grounding folks in, this is a statewide program with multiple diverse communities, natural resources, and agricultural operations that we're looking at in all of these applications. Okay, so you've all seen this in your application packet. Again, as we discussed before going to public comment, the working land conservation easement applications were reviewed in accordance with the evaluation criteria that is currently in place from 2019. And that is how our technical review team grounded their ultimate ranking that you have posted here and that you've seen before. And so just a quick note on kind of how the ranking landed where it did. The applications that ranked the highest were considered by the technical review team to have provided the most well-articulated and well-documented rationale for why the property and its values were significant, and then how those significant values would be protected, and then the threat facing the property. Recognize there's a whole host of evaluation criteria that you're looking at, but that kind of fed into these primary themes. The higher ranking applications were also considered to address all the evaluation criteria for the grant offering to the best and then the broadest extent amongst the applications. So again, we're looking at a ranking. We're not looking at a do not fund, a fund, but ultimately we've got a ranking and we've got less money than we have in ask. The applications in the bottom tier of the ranking, though the technical review team did acknowledge that these met the requirements for the program, they were forwarded to the commission with some qualifiers that they wanted to note. Essentially that these were the applications that lacked the sufficient justification to persuade them that the property and the resources were significant to the point of warranting that these limited public funds that you are tasked with kind of allocating, that these be allocated to projects that are higher ranked applications for which the alignment with the program intent was described pretty exceptionally in their application. As I move into the summaries of the applications, I will be keeping them brief because you all, you have the applications, you have the summaries that were provided in the packet, and we do want to make sure that we give you all the opportunity to ask questions about each application. So I will keep my summaries brief to give you all that space. And then I will, just one thing to note before I get into it, that you'll notice that throughout my description of the projects and their evaluation summaries, that I'm not going to be providing summary information about organizational capacity or the details of the soundness considerations for each project. Again, these are perfectly within your peer review to ask questions about, but we're not going to focus on those in these discussions. And that's primarily because each organization that submitted applications really does have the capacity and competence to purchase, accept, implement, hold, monitor, steward, and enforce a working land conservation covenant or easement based on the specific criteria identified in rule and how their project was presented in the application. So we're not going to spend a lot of time going into that when basically all organizations and applications kind of are on the same tier on that. And then while each project is unique, they each had a number of considerations raised in soundness reviews, but none of those were raised and identified as red flags by our contractors. And that essentially means that each item that was raised either the applicant provided a clear path forward toward resolution, or these issues that were presented and raised in soundness considerations would require additional investigation during the due diligence process to determine really what the appropriate path forward would be for that specific item in the context of the expectations of the landowner, the conservation easement holder, and their funding partners. And so we kind of are deciding not to really go too far into detail on those, because during our evaluations and the context that we received from our contractors was that there was nothing presented in the applications that was really a significant red flag that warranted significant concerns. Any questions before I jump in? Okay, so I am going to jump into the projects now. For each project, you'll see essentially the map that was presented by the applicant and some summary information. So I'm going to be focused here. Please let me know if there's questions as we go through. So the first project we have up here, as shown on the slide, is the Wall Ranch project, and that was proposed by Wild Rivers Land Trust and is to contribute to the funds needed for the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 775 acres of pasture, wetland, estuary, and spruce forest on the southern Oregon coast. This application is requesting additional funds for a project that was awarded partial funding in our 2023 cycle. The funding and budget and award history related to this application is complex, so we acknowledge that, and we'll delve more deeply into that later when we open the floor to the commission for consideration of the funding requests and deliberation. So we'll ask kind of those more deliberative and kind of specific questions to the funding and how that's playing out, that we hold that until later. The land is currently operated as a sheep ranch. The property will be preserved for agricultural use and the preservation of soil resources, as well as the important fish and wildlife habitat that includes overwintering and rearing habitat for coho salmon. This project does have NRCS ASIP ale as the map source for the project, and that is contributing up to 50% of the purchase price. The reviewers did concur with the application's characterization of the significance of the property, highlighting that the land's ability to support a regional example of prosperous and responsible land stewardship in the context of agricultural production for over 150 years. They also noted the significance of the project's utilization of water transaction tools to create flexibility for their irrigation water rights, while still tying those irrigation rights to the agricultural land for agricultural use, which is unique on the Oregon coast. One thing of note is that there are significant streams on the property, including Cedar Creek and Swamp Creek, and then also a portion of the Elk River, as mentioned above, that offers overwintering and rearing habitat for coho. The reviewers also highlighted as significant the inclusion of the beach, 0.6 miles of beach included in the project, and the landowner's coordination in improving the nesting habitat for western snowy plover, listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act, while recognizing that public access to the beach may have impacts outside the landowner's control. Reviewers did note that the application thoroughly explained the landowners and the land trust approach to the project that includes working lands and fish and wildlife benefits in a complementary manner. And this included the application's articulation of the agricultural and habitat management zones that reflect current land uses across the property, and their kind of concurrence that all management zones, including the residential building zone and the agricultural building zone, appeared to adequately and appropriately protect and guarantee ongoing agricultural uses and fish and wildlife habitat. As mentioned earlier, they also found it notable that the water rights on the property are currently leased in stream for flow, benefiting fish habitat and water quality, but their leasing structure maintains the ability to resume use for irrigation in the future if that need arises. And this lease is possible due to reduced irrigation needs resulting from their current approach to grazing. The reviewers also noted that the easement would secure investments on Swamp Creek to improve fish passage and habitat. Also called out and noted was the long-time operational viability of the ranch, made a strong case for the land's ability to support a viable agricultural operation into the future. It was noted that the soils on the property were not especially high value for agriculture, despite being designated a soil of statewide importance, which reduces the potential for the land to support alternative agricultural systems in the future, but that currently the soil health is maintained through a regime of composting and cell mob, which I can clarify if any of you would like, grazing that has been highly effective at addressing invasive species presence as well. The reviewers concurred with the application's characterization of the threat facing the working lands in the region, and specifically the property proposed for protection in this application. There is notable pressure from recreational and residential development that was demonstrated in the application and through the encroachment that is visible from the north and the south of the property. The reviewers did also call particular attention to the importance of OWEB's current investment through the OHP and the match funds, and they indicated it was important to capitalize on OWEB's prior investments to bring the project to completion. As mentioned at the beginning, this application is requesting additional funds for a project that was awarded less than its original ask in 2023. And so if there's questions about this application, I'm happy to talk through those now.
Yeah, Robin, my question entails where in the process is the prior award that we did 2 years ago?
Great question, Doug, and thank you. So that gets me to my next bullet point that I prepared for you. Great question, and again, just to be clear, so the project was awarded less than its original ask, but the applicant accepted that funding to move forward in the due diligence process with OWEB and through our requirements while they looked for additional funding to make themselves whole, and which is what brought them to the application that they have in front of you today. So through the process with OWEB and NRCS as their match funder at this point, the applicant/grantee has made progress on a number of due diligence items required by the program, including they have finalized an easement draft that has been both reviewed by OWEB and NRCS at this point. So it is has been kind of collaboratively agreed on by both funding partners. They have also completed their baseline documentation report, which is required to document the baseline conditions of the project. And they resolved all the remaining outstanding title issues. They drafted a management plan for the project, and they have obtained their appraisal at this point. So there's a couple remaining items that they do need to finalize, which are, one of them is the boundary survey, which they'll do to help demarcate the property. Referring to the map is a portion of their overall ownership, and so they'll be surveying as necessary to make sure the boundaries are appropriately marked and delineated legally, and then they'll need to complete a phase 1 environmental site assessment, and then if there's any resulting need from there too. So they have, at this point, 2 outstanding due diligence items to complete.
And so I know one of my concerns, even clear back when we awarded 2 years ago, was how the appraisal was going to turn out, whether it was going to support all the numbers that were being laid out. Not that I'm asking for details of the appraisal, but does it look like the numbers are all going to work out the way they've been laying them out to us?
Yeah, great question. And I think I'll kind of start with a high level, kind of more process-based answer to that, because what we have in front of us is the application and the ask as submitted by the applicant. We do have a process for getting clarifying information from an applicant kind of in the progress as they're going through evaluation and review. And so we did receive an updated appraisal figure from them. That is, we did not receive the full appraisal report, but we received the cover letter essentially from the appraiser. And we'll talk in more detail about kind of that number and how that adjusted need for their purchase price based off of the appraisal figure can factor into the calculation of the funding recommendation, but ultimately we're looking at the project currently based on their ask in the application. And there is a difference between the requested purchase price in the application and what the appraisal came back at.
And how does that difference get resolved going forward?
So we do have a number of resources prepared for you during the deliberation section of the commission meeting that presents a number of, I guess I'll call them alternative funding scenarios based off of what the applicant has shared is their specific need based on the application or the appraisal as compared to what they asked for in their application. So we do have all of that prepared for you at this point that can factor into your deliberative discussion. We just didn't bring it in the conversation about the application because we're doing the summaries of the evaluations at the time.
It's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions on the wall?
I have a quick one, and I'm sorry I didn't get my hand up. Those two, sorry, I'm Nancy Duncrack for the record. There's the two kind of cutouts, and one of them I understand is a gravel processing area, and the other one is a gravel extraction area. And I didn't see in the summary any consideration of the impacts, particularly of the gravel extraction area on the conservation values. And I was just curious if that had come up during the review.
Thanks for the question, Nancy. The gravel extraction was articulated in the application, and during review, it was not a significant discussion amongst the review team members. I won't give any reason for that because it wasn't presented. And so how it factored into their, whether they had concerns or not, was not articulated during the review process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Robin on this one? Thank you, Robin.
Okay, the next application is Carmen Ranch, which was and is a proposal from Wallowa Land Trust. And this is to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 1,946 acres of primarily rangeland, pasture, and mixed conifer forest in the Wallowa County. The project includes two large non-contiguous tracts separated by land under lease by the owner-operator of the property that's included in the application. Reviewers appreciated that the application was well-developed and provided a compelling case that the size of the ranch is adequate to sustain a viable ranching business. In addition, a comprehensive and informative description of the landowner's current management plans and management practices was prevalent throughout the application that showed support of resilient systems. And then there was also a helpful discussion of management considerations with varying future climate scenarios. The reviewers concurred with the application's assertion that the property is significant and valuable for ranching and wildlife habitat and connectivity, and noted that the application's description of these benefits was thorough and well documented. The reviewers also concurred with the application's description of Carmen Ranch's leadership in the state when it comes to adding value to ranching products. And reviewers noted that the property supports valuable deer and elk habitat and fits within the Zumwalt Prairie Conservation Area. The application would have benefited from additional detail on the property's proximity and connection to the Zumwalt Prairie Preserve. And reviewers did note that the ongoing access provided to tribes articulated in the application for first fruit foods collection and the public through ODFW's Access and Habitat Program helped demonstrate the importance and the significance of the property in the region. Reviewers noted and concurred with the application's description of high demand for property in the immediate area and the region as a whole, and the conversion from agricultural uses to luxury recreational use is a bona fide and documented threat, and given the number of people coming into the area for recreation. And this project is also an ASIP Ale match project. Any questions on the Carmen Ranch project? All right. Moving forward. Project in front of you now is Country Heritage Farms, and this is a proposal from Oregon Agricultural Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 304 acres of productive agricultural soils with significant riparian corridor in Yamhill County. Reviewers noted that the property is a highly valuable farm property in the region with prime agricultural soils and associated water rights that can be used to support a variety of crops. That was demonstrated in the discussion of previous farm products in the application. The level of threat facing the property from urban expansion and energy siting was well articulated in the application, noting the proximity to the urban growth boundary of a growing city and nearby power transmission infrastructures. Reviewers did agree that this project is the embodiment of what the program was seeking to address, with high-value farmland under significant threat of conversion, with the accompanying benefits to wildlife and habitat and protection of soil resources. Reviewers agreed that these agricultural values were well articulated throughout the application. However, the application lacked detail on specific conservation benefits for fish and wildlife habitat and would have benefited from expansion on the natural resource components of the project. They did note the cursory discussion of the habitat related to the perennial creek on the property in the application during their discussions. Reviewers were impressed with the soil conservation efforts of the landowner that were described in the application through erosion control strategies that are currently in place across the property. The application's description of the property's contribution to water quality benefits was well articulated, and reviewers also noted that the demonstrated ability of the land to produce a variety of crops, as noted earlier, in the past boded well for the future viability of the land to support an agricultural business. The project will also combine 5 parcels that could potentially be sold independently and addressing potential concerns related to property succession and facilitating the transfer of land to the next generation. Reviewers concurred with the application's assertion of the substantial pressure of conversion in the area, specifically from solar development given the property's proximity to transmission infrastructure. The interest in water rights acquisition also for municipal use was also noted as a substantial threat to the long-term agricultural viability of the property, which would threaten the property's contribution to the region's agricultural land base. Reviewers noted that a conservation easement on the property would protect this highly productive farmland in a strategic way where land use planning allows for urban development and pressure for urban infrastructure as the city of Dayton expands. Important to the review was also the consideration that while the application included enough detail to support the significance of the land's agricultural natural resource values, along with the threat of fragmentation or conversion, the discussion of the review team did benefit from the contextual expertise and experience of those members of the review team. This is also an ASIP Ale project proposed for match, and that is currently pending. Questions?
This is Jamab Collins. In the mapping we're seeing, there's a red area on that. What is that identifying in that layer?
Great question, and give me a second.
Jim Bob, we believe it's Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife statewide priority wildlife conservation areas. If that is what PWCA is, we'll Google it really quick. Thank you.
Can you say that one more time? What is it?
Priority wildlife conservation area, ODFW layer.
So it's taking in a fair amount of that, so that's good.
Amanda Lowe. I noticed the call out about solar development in the area, and I'm wondering if the conservation easement draft explicitly rules out solar development on the property or limits the acreage for development, or? Thanks, Amanda. The easement draft submitted with the application does talk about reducing infrastructure for solar. I'm not entirely sure to the extent, and we do encourage and ask for a draft of the easement, but with the recognition that throughout the negotiation process that sometimes that changes. So we ask applicants to more describe their approach in the application and use the easement draft submitted more as a general understanding of their approach than looking at specific terms provided in their draft. And would you mind refreshing my memory on what their approach was to the solar question for this project? Because I can't remember from the application. Yeah, so solar development was identified as a threat. The project was specifically designed to reduce.
Any other questions? I don't see any on video, so. You proceed, Robin.
1 second. Okay, our next project is Box T Ranch, which was a proposal from Blue Mountain Land Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 3,697 acres of pasture, riparian, rangeland, and mixed conifer forest in Grant County. The review team appreciated that the property was of a size appropriate to sustain itself for agricultural production as a grazing property long-term, and it supports a diversity of habitats, and that the elevation gradient on the site supports topoclimatic diversity, which correlates with climate resilience by providing suitable habitats for species and rangeland as the climate changes, which facilitates climate adaptation for a variety of species and forage production. The configuration and shape of the property was also notable, as it allows for utilization by an operation with other land in the area, helping making the property viable on its own, but also appealing for addition into another operation. The water rights on the northern part of the property near the John Day River are also very valuable for irrigated pasture that facilitates the use of the property for winter grazing on the same property as summer grazing. Reviewers noted that the fact that the farm is designated as a century farm that has been under management by the same family for multiple generations helps demonstrate that the land is able to support a viable agricultural operation. And then they also noted that the size and location of the building envelopes appeared to be reasonable. Reviewers appreciated that the landowners have invested over time in juniper and invasive annual grass removal, and this will support agricultural production through facilitating the availability of grazing ground. In more specific detail, however, about how the landowners will continue to address weeds and invasive grasses going forward would have been beneficial to the application. The reviewers noted the significance of the steelhead stream on the property, including a confluence area with the John Day River. Reviewers appreciated that the inclusion of a focus on grazing practices compatible with salmonid habitat and protection of riparian areas, while remarking that detail on specific management practices that are either occurring currently or would result as part of the project was somewhat lacking. Reviewers were concerned that there was no mention of a forest management plan or specific forest management practices to achieve the stated forest resilience and health goals that would be a purpose of the easement. More detail in this regard would have helped the reviewers fully understand how the project would achieve the forest health benefits that were described in the application. Reviewers noted that the property was at a fairly low risk of fragmentation from external pressures, and that the threat appeared more internal, related to succession considerations.
The risk to the agricultural use of the property from any future division was not identified by reviewers as overly concerning. The smaller acreages that still meet the minimum acreage requirements for agriculture zoning in the county were not considered to present as a major threat to ongoing compatible agricultural use of the property because the dwellings were unlikely to be approved in the immediate term. Grant County does, however, does not have an established track record of approval of non-farm dwellings on agricultural zoned lands. The threat to the property for energy solar facility siting was noted, but considered minimal, as Grant County has not been a target for development because of the significant distance to electrical transmission infrastructure. This one is also proposed match with ASIP Ale, and that match status is pending. Any questions?
Robin, what's the name of the creek there? I know this region, I'm just trying to place it.
McClellan, yeah.
Any other questions, Laura?
I just wanted to make sure, Jim Bob, did you have anything more?
No, I was just with, it is the place I'm thinking of as far as location. But yeah.
I was a little surprised by the review team, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but their concern that the risk of fragmentation was internal versus external. It seems to me like what we're talking about is risk of fragmentation. Doesn't really matter where it comes from, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point for you to consider.
And then I guess I would also say, and maybe some of you who are out there could speak to this, but it does seem like these properties are also at risk of being taken out of production by luxury homes, people wanting big hunting ranches, that kind of thing. I don't know if exactly in this area, but certainly nearby that has reduced ag land.
And Laura, I can speak to that. The absentee landowners are scooping up properties this size all over Eastern Oregon. We're seeing this common throughout Wheeler County and further east, of course. They're inside of that location, we put it about 2 hours from an airport, from Redmond, so it is desirable for people to move to and then drive in and out of. We see people from all across the U.S. doing this in my zone. So to have this thing shut down from ag use is very probable. When we see these individuals buying these up, they will just strictly hunt them. I mean, it's not necessarily affecting it in a negative sense of wildlife, but it is affecting the communities that are in there.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Just a little historical context here. I don't recall the exact year, but OWEB funded a conservation easement, I believe, through the Soil and Water Conservation District, probably in 2005 or so, just down the road, maybe a couple miles, an almost identical looking property that goes from the river up to the national forest there. Jim Bob, you may be familiar. I think it was the Page Ranch, and I don't know what it's called now, but a very similar investment by OWEB going on 20 years ago.
I guess one of my questions, Robin, is do we know the elevation of that creek? Like how many miles of they're calling out fish habitat on it, but how much of that is slow moving enough water for spawning? I mean, do we see any call out in there for spawning gravels or anything like that in there? Do they bring that up at all?
I don't think that any of the references to McClellan Creek speak specifically to spawning habitat on the creek itself.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Robin. Next.
Speaking fast enough.
She muted herself.
Lois, you need to unmute. Still not there. Try again.
There. No, that didn't do it either.
Got it. Then it changed again. You're muted again, Lois. You're still muted. We cannot.
Okay.
Go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure it was really worth your effort, but there was a notation on here as far as the ownership is concerned. Did we get that worked out? According to what I see here, there is a discrepancy between the vesting deed provided and the ownership information identified in the title documents. Has that been clarified now at this point, do you know?
Thanks, Lois. So that is a statement in the soundness consideration that wasn't part of the summary that I just provided. But so the commentary around that was essentially, it's the same individuals, it's just the ownership structure and how they own it was the discrepancy. So that was why our soundness reviewers called it out as a more technical issue that needs to be addressed rather than a concern over the actual who owns what.
Okay, so that is not in any danger of, as far as this remaining with these the actual people applying for this?
Right, yeah, correct. It's more of just the clarification in terms of like the appropriate signing authority, and as you move through the due diligence process of putting together the appropriate and verifying the ownership structure. This happens at times when you see folks listed as owning it as husband and wife, and then they put it into a trust, but they don't change the owner. So it's that type of concern rather than a true concern over whether they own the property or not. It's just in which way they hold title.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? You could put your hand down, Lois, if you can figure it out. Hey, Robin.
Okay, next we have Albertson Ranch. This is a proposal from Oregon Agricultural Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 750 acres of rangeland, pasture, riparian, and wetland in Lake County. The reviewers noted that the property had strong agricultural and natural resource values, and that the importance of the property for migratory birds and lamprey habitat was appreciated, and the current landowner's large investments in enhancing its ecological importance was valuable. The habitat investments made by the landowner represents decades of investment, and maintaining the habitat structure could be challenging, if not improbable, if the property were broken into different ownerships. The easement would safeguard these investments and help maintain the management of the habitat structures. The property's inclusion of the lower reach of Drews Creek was identified and concurred to be significant by the review team, as this stretch provides important habitat for the Goose Lake lamprey and other aquatic species. The property's location within the Southern Oregon, Northeast California flyway is important, and the reviewers concurred that the property does offer prime habitat to supporting migratory birds. However, they noted that they would have liked to see more specific details about the specific species that benefit from the property, rather than a generic list of strategy species in the overall area. The reviewers concurred that there was some level of threat of conversion and fragmentation facing the property, and noted it was primarily from solar development, though residential development seemed less likely as an immediate threat. Due to the wetlands on the property, they did note that there is a trend of approval for and development of non-farm dwellings in Lake County that is real and demonstrable. Never writing that word down again. Saying it is far worse than writing it. Any questions on this one? This one, from a match perspective, is funded in part by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through the North American Wetland Conservation Act funds.
Just a comment here, and I was really happy to see the letter from John Muir in the record there, which went into a little more detail on the wildlife values here, and Ed's very familiar with this, could talk about it, but it reminded me, this project, and I may be one of the few people, maybe the Albertsons remember, it's more than 20 years ago, I think the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service proposed a national wildlife refuge involving the Garrett Ranch a couple miles away. That's one indicator of just from a wildlife standpoint how important this area is for migratory birds. And perhaps coincidentally, the Wall Ranch, I don't remember what the boundaries, but the Fish and Wildlife Service, I think in 2005 or so, had proposed a national wildlife refuge based around easements of the kind of thing we're talking for the New River area just to the north of there, and whether that boundary made it all the way down, which it might well have, to the Cape Blanco area there. But I don't recall, but it's an indicator to me that we are getting easement applications in places that have a real significance at the landscape level for migratory birds in particular and other wildlife.
Laura?
I know that on the rural committee, we talked a lot about management plans, and we're not supposed to be integrating that into this yet. Maybe my question about the technical review committee's concerns about lack of grazing management plan is more about, I mean, how did it compare to, obviously we have other ranching applications that scored higher. What was in those management plans that wasn't in this one that would be cause for concern?
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, and to note, just so folks kind of, from the process perspective of the adjustments to implementation for the program regarding management plans. So at the time of solicitation, the requirement for the program was that there would be a management plan that was going to be basically required. And so we had questions rather than asking for a management plan draft. For instance, we had questions that tried to kind of tease out what that management would be and how that would be incorporated into a plan later. And so what we heard from reviewers in kind of more of the like global comparison around that was that there were certain applications, ranching applications, that did talk about kind of practices that are happening currently by the landowner, management plans that they've already developed through other programs or other means, and that those were more articulated than in some applications that just noted a management plan will be developed. So that was kind of their consideration of the differences at times between applications and descriptions of that, and recognizing again that it's a little bit of an interesting space to be, because yes, for every applicant, they knew we were going to require a management plan. So whether they went into specific detail in the application versus kind of letting it be something that happened in the process later, it's just kind of the funky space we're in the implementation of the program.
Okay, thanks. I think that is both helpful and highlights a concern of the program where it is hard to understand, is this a little concern, a big concern? If that's what somehow shifted this a little lower than some other stuff, then I think I would move it higher, but without additional I mean, that the information you gave me doesn't help me understand how to compare it to other things.
Yeah, I think another thing to consider is the context of the discussion around management practices and whether those were in describing how the project is facilitating the purpose of the easement versus just existing as management practices that would be in a plan. And so there is that kind of interwoven expectation of what you're describing in your application as to what's happening, if you're identifying that as an important aspect of the easement, if there's a thread between either the connection into the easement and its purposes or into the management plan that would inform the easement, then that was kind of, I think, more the focus of the review team on description of management plan, is if the applicant said, the property is really significant and meeting these wonderful objectives because of this management, and then didn't elaborate on what that management was specifically.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Genocchio Ranch, which is also a proposal from Oregon Agricultural Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 871 acres of rangeland, pasture, and riparian in Lake County. The reviewers noted that protecting the property would help maintain the land as valuable winter range that can help support a viable agricultural operation. The associated protection of the water rights for agricultural use would be beneficial, as anticipated water policy changes in the basin could limit future availability of water in the region. Additional detail on the creek and surface water identified in the application would have provided more foundation for the reviewers to determine the project's strength in protecting and enhancing water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, or other natural resource values. Without this detail, the reviewers noted that they struggled to determine whether the project was addressing these values. Similarly, the invasive grasses were described as present on the property, but the application didn't speak to the specific management strategies to address the issue, which could complicate the availability of quality range into the future. And there is also notable benefits to mule deer and waterfowl, but how the specific easement would benefit those species beyond preventing conversion was not well articulated. Reviewers noted, however, that mule deer range is declining across the state and that any benefits to habitat connectivity is valuable. Regarding investment and threat consideration, the reviewers were encouraged that the juniper investments that have been completed in the partnership with NRCS do demonstrate a commitment to setting up the property for future agricultural use and providing habitat enhancements. The reviewers agreed with the application's assertion of the threat posed from the non-farm dwelling development in Lake County, and that the ranchette development is a plausible threat to the immediate landscape and is observable nearby. Reviewers noted that the application's description of the property's attributes appeared to generically describe ranch property generally common in the region and lacked detail regarding why this property itself was significant. And this is an NRCS ASIP ALE matched project. Questions?
Pending or accepted?
Identified as secured in the application.
Thank you. Bro.
I think similar to Bruce that you mentioned, it's really helpful to have the public comment that is responding to some of this, related to some of the other applications. I just wanted to make sure that everybody had seen that public comment responding to, I think, the majority of these concerns that were raised by the reviewers. So I felt like that was very helpful to understand a little better the context.
Any other questions? Okay.
Next is Sealy Farms Phase 2, and this is a proposal from the Oregon Agricultural Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 484 acres of cropland in Columbia County. The project includes 4 non-contiguous parcels and are adjacent to property currently involved in an awarded but not yet closed or OAHP conservation easement grant. The reviewers noted that the property is unique with its highly productive soils, which contributes to the area's appeal for high-value agricultural crop production. Reviewers also noted that they would have liked to see the suitability for high-value agriculture on the property better articulated in the application itself, rather than relying on the contextual knowledge and experience of review team members. The reviewers acknowledged that while Columbian white-tailed deer are likely moving through the property, the presence of high-quality habitat that would support extensive use is lacking. Reviewers appreciated the detail provided about the aspirational desired future conditions of ditches on the property, but questioned whether native species would be able to establish even if the landowner was able to lift the wet ditch areas of the property as articulated in the application. Reviewers also noted that they would have liked to see a discussion of the property's hydrological connection to the Columbia River. Similarly, the application noted that the property is in the Pacific Flyway, but lacked detail as to how it functions to support migratory bird species and how the proposed easement would guarantee any articulated benefits. The review team concurred with the application's description of the threat posed by the ongoing expansion proposed and accomplished by the adjacent industrial use. The threat to the area's agricultural land base posed by this expansion was also well documented in the application, with the application's description of the ongoing loss of agricultural use on the property in the drainage district, of how the ongoing loss of agricultural use on property in the drainage district could result in the loss of a critical mass of productive land to support the work of the drainage district as a whole. The application's articulation of the threat was well documented and understood as a threat to the specific property in the application and also as a threat to the viability of all farmland within the district. And this is a pending ASIP ale match.
My question is kind of the same as on the wall deal. What's the status of phase 1 that we approved 2 years ago?
Yeah, so good question. Phase 1 is with a different landowner. They are related, but they are owned in different ownership and completely, I don't want to say completely distinct because obviously they coordinate and operate together, but it's an entirely separate negotiation and separate easement. I can still speak to that, but I think it's important for this application that
You're right.
where that one is currently sitting is not necessarily determinative.
No other questions? We'll move along.
Okay. Next is Albertson Family Limited Partnership. And so this is also a proposal from Oregon Agricultural Trust to fund the purchase of a conservation easement on approximately 1,302 acres of pasture, riparian wetland, and rangeland in Lake County. The reviewers noted that the large size of the proposed tract and its ability to provide critical summer grazing ground is significant by facilitating resting time for lower elevation range that allows that vegetation to mature. The fragmentation of the property could pose a risk to the functionality of the property's wet meadows by complicating coordinated management of the water control structures, the irrigation, and the overall hydrology of the property. If the water management was not continued, it would jeopardize the forage production and the natural resource benefits provided by the meadows plant communities. The reviewers noted that more detail related to how the project would accommodate the specific wetland plant communities and the wildlife utilizing the property would have provided more foundation to determine the property's natural resource benefits and their significance. Reviewers were concerned that the application did lack some detail about how a grazing management plan may be prepared and utilized for the property, as wet meadows can be sensitive to the impacts of grazing, as can forage production. The application made a compelling case for the value of wet meadow for habitat and summer range, but was noted to lack discussion of the interaction of the two uses and any potential conflicts. Reviewers agreed that the proposed property's location is compelling for conservation given its proximity to Forest Service land, and it was acknowledged that landscape management of property adjacent to public lands is easier with fewer landowners, and that managing for fire and other conservation goals would be enhanced by keeping the property intact. The distance from population centers and transmission infrastructure was considered to possibly decrease the immediacy of any threat of residential or solar development identified in the application as a risk. Reviewers stated that the application adequately explained how an easement on the property would facilitate management of the property for agriculture and conservation in the long run. They were concerned, however, that the nearby reservoir, which is the source of the irrigation water and appears to be a significant resource, was not included in the proposed easement, though they did acknowledge the application statement that the reservoir is owned in a different structure than the subject property. Reviewers were concerned that areas around the reservoir could be developed and damage the agricultural and conservation values of the property, including facilitating additional recreation development that would conflict with the agricultural uses of the subject property. The reviewers did appreciate the application's thorough depiction and acknowledgement that the threat of fragmentation is primarily associated with succession issues and that the proposed project could help facilitate an agreeable resolution for all parties involved parties while keeping the property available for agriculture and conservation. And this is an ASIP AL matched project with the funds secured, and it's a grasslands of special significance project, so the amount of contribution is 75% rather than 50% toward the purchase price.
Bruce.
So if it's grasslands of special significance, that will be addressed through the management plan that NRCS would require, correct?
Yeah, so grasslands of special significance does require a management plan to accompany those easements. That is done according to NRCS specific requirements for those.
Laura.
So then what were the concerns of the reviewers?
Yeah, I think the concerns of the reviewers were that they recognize that GSS requires a grazing management plan of some sort, but there was no articulation of what NRCS requires in the application, and so what the content and how the resources would be addressed through that management plan was not elaborated or discussed through the application.
Was that a timing issue, or did the reviewers have concerns about historic NRCS management plans?
I don't think it was a concern about NRCS, like that they are aware, or at least they did not articulate that they had concerns about that. I think it was that they wanted to see it for this program laid out rather than depending on the unarticulated requirements of another program.
Laura, I think, so where Taylor pulled that up, and it may have been elsewhere in the application, but he found it in the matched location. I think part of the disconnect potentially is that it's not that that won't happen, and I understand you all have been having a conversation about how do we even handle management plans in this context. I think that and why we saw some of those global comments are on some applications, there was just less of that story that was being described. There was more kind of an assumption of we need to have the ability to rely on reviewers to connect some of those dots instead of including not a lengthy articulation, but more articulation of what is the plan, how does that connect to the evaluation criteria, the dual benefit program, the why here, why now. I think it was just kind of not expecting a tome, but having a hard time being able to connect the dots without more content in some applications. And I think that's why you saw some of the kind of summary feedback from reviewers on that. It's not that something was horrible about any of these projects, it was just harder for them to fit the puzzle pieces together.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you. I guess I would just respond that I am not a technical expert, and the little bit of public comment that we received made me feel like that shouldn't have been maybe a huge leap for the technical committee. So I think that's what I'm responding to. And again, we're only on our second round. How do we do this better?
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Next.
Okay, the next project is Long Hollow Ranch, which was a proposal from Deschutes Land Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 450 acres of primarily rangeland and pasture in Deschutes County, adjacent to a property currently involved in an awarded but not yet closed OHP conservation easement grant. The reviewers noted that the proposed project builds on previous state and federal investments, and the proposed conservation easement is adjacent to an OHP working lands conservation easement that was awarded funding in 2023, though that project is still in progress. The 2023 OHP grant was also able to leverage funds for the ASIP ALE program, and this proposal is also matched by ASIP ALE. The property's adjacency to the Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service land which results in connection to protected land along Wyches Creek, was one of the application's most convincing articulations of the property's significance. And reviewers agreed that a conservation easement on the property would help maintain an important habitat corridor for elk and mule deer, especially if fencing were upgraded to more wildlife-friendly designs. Reviewers added that it would have been useful in the application to have included, if the application had included more detail regarding specific ongoing management practices, such as the timing of migration with the grazing rotation schedule, to illustrate how the project would support both the agricultural production and grazing values, as well as the identified soil health values and ungulate use of the property. Reviewers were not particularly convinced by the application that the property was significant in terms of its contribution to regional agricultural viability and fish and wildlife habitat. Without the adjacent lands functioning under coordinated management with the same operation, the property in the application could struggle to support a viable agricultural business in the long term, and that's in reference to the configuration of the conservation easement. The property was identified as being in fair to poor condition in terms of habitat and rangeland quality in the application, and would require ongoing conservation and restoration to fulfill agricultural and habitat potential. While the agritourism component of the property was considered by the review team as compatible with the agricultural use and could benefit the community through education around the importance of agricultural conservation, reviewers did have concerns about the long-term impacts on the property's ability to stay in viable agricultural production. The application describes a complicated ownership structure for the land and the 90-acre event space carved out of the middle of the property, which reviewers feared could complicate future management. And reviewers noted that the threat from the development of non-farm dwellings is especially high in the area, and placing a conservation easement on the agricultural land surrounding the event center would be beneficial by removing the option to further expand non-farm development. Overall, reviewers determined that the application could have benefited from more detailed and convincing explanation of how the easement footprint corresponds with the protection of the conservation values, including how this configuration supports wildlife migration. And the review team did not feel that the application provided sufficient context on how the proposed easement's boundary configuration would protect the identified conservation and agricultural uses, especially if the two spaces are under different management. Any questions on that one?
Okay, seeing none, I want to just do a quick time check. It is 12 o'clock, which is when we were going to break for lunch, but we have one more application to go. As long as everybody's good with it, we'll do the last application. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So the last application is Union Orchards, and this was a proposal from Blue Mountain Land Trust to fund the purchase of a working lands conservation easement on approximately 93 acres of pasture in Union County. The reviewers appreciated the application's quantitative description of how current grazing management practices on the property and the description of how improvements of soil health have led to a reduction of irrigation needs. The reviewers acknowledged the high-quality soils present on the property that, in addition to supporting the current ranching operation, have supported row crop, orchard, and dairy production in the past. Ultimately, however, the review team was concerned that the proposed permanent in-stream transfer of a significant amount of the water rights associated with the property would limit the ability of the land to support alternative agricultural production in the future, reducing the agricultural benefits of the high-quality soils and effectively restricting the property's use to forage production and grazing. This was especially a concern for the ongoing agricultural viability given uncertainties associated with climate change. The potential benefits to the availability of water for salmonids from the permanent water transfer were well articulated in the application, but again, the review team noted that the permanence of the water rights in-stream transfer was discordant with the agricultural viability and diminished the significance of the property's agricultural resources. After noting the permanent in-stream transfer references in the project application, OWEB staff did initially suggest to the applicant that it could explore bifurcating the permanent in-stream transfer transaction from the conservation easement, as the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program cannot compensate a landowner for the completion of the administrative process of transferring a water right in stream. The applicant did then provide some clarifying information that the proposal is to fund one transaction, a conservation easement that would encumber a portion of the property's water rights for in-stream use and the land for agricultural and conservation purposes. The compensation for the conservation easement proposed for the OHP funding would be determined through the standard appraisal procedures for conservation easements that would include an encumbrance of water rights. The applicant stated that the conservation easement would restrict how the water can be used by identifying the portion of the water proposed for in-stream use as a habitat value and an in-stream transfer as beneficial use. This approach would not necessarily accomplish a permanent transfer of the water in stream as referenced in the application, because water rights can only be transferred through an administrative process with the Oregon Water Resources Department. However, the applicant does intend to facilitate the formal administrative transfer of the applicable water rights through the process required by OWRD concurrently within the due diligence timeframe of the conservation easement project. So just wanted to make sure folks understood the structure between what was proposed in the application and then the clarifying information that it is actually the easement transaction they're talking about, not the water transaction. Reviewers noted that the property size was a limiting factor in the potential to support a viable ranching business on its own, though its utility to either be used in conjunction with other land to support an operation or function independently if combined with off-farm income was acknowledged. And they noted that the house on the property did make it more valuable, both in terms of a discrete property value and in providing an opportunity for an owner-operator, but it could also reduce the property's appeal to another operator that is looking to expand its agricultural land base. The property has significance in its use and availability to serve as a demonstration farm, providing co-learning opportunities on farm for other agricultural operators. The expansion of the City of Union's growth boundary was a well-documented threat of fragmentation and conversion, though the reviewers noted that Union currently has undeveloped land within its UGB, resulting in the threat of expansion being more distant than immediate. The use of the conservation easement to address the potential expansion proactively was acknowledged by the review team. And this is a ASIP ale pending match.
Okay, Ed.
Yeah, I had a question. I see the value of the transfer, the in-stream, transfer for fisheries, but was there any discussion on how that would affect the agricultural value of the operation, especially with it being so small, and that I would imagine be a really key thing to make sure it stays productive is having that water available for irrigation of the meadows.
Yeah, I think that is the was the crux of the review team's considerations, was that kind of the tension between the two and the recognition of the benefits of the proposed water transaction / encumbrance, but the concern that that would effectively kind of limit the productivity of the ground into the future. I think they also acknowledged that the applicant did a really great job of providing kind of that quantitative information to show how it functions to produce forage under reduced irrigation, but the concern was in the kind of flexibility of agricultural use, and then also the recognition that the high value soils were really dependent on that, and so they were concerned about the permanent loss of those high value soils if the irrigation was removed.
Amanda?
Like Laura keeps asking, I'm trying to get a better grasp on how these were reviewed from a grazing and a rangeland management perspective, because I feel like I'm being told two divergent things with this application. Arguably, this one did comparably as much description of the prescribed grazing management plan as, say, Wall Ranch did, which ranked at the top in terms of describing like how this will be managed into perpetuity. Additionally, they went so far as to describe their holistic management and why getting away from those water rights is actually more long-term beneficial, especially with climate change and changing precipitations. When you state that the soils present are dependent on the irrigation. These folks are managing more from a native plant perspective than an introduced and forage plant perspective, which would be more harmonious without irrigation than with irrigation. So I'm just looking for more insight on why the review team placed it where they did, given those kind of climate considerations. Because this one seems to be more harmonious with both priorities of OAHP, both the natural resource values and the agricultural values.
Yeah, I'll start, and then Renee, you can, and Taylor, you can add on as well. I think the review team's concern was not a lack of recognition that what the landowners are doing currently was they provided plenty of detail to show that they are producing forage in a very productive way. I think it was a concern over future potential of the property as non-forage, ultimately.
The piece that I would add is, at one point, I think Robin said this was the crux of the issue. This is where the dual benefit program became really challenging, I think, for reviewers from the perspective of, you see, and we have a water acquisitions program at OWEB, you see a permanent in-stream transfer that is incredible from an aquatic species perspective. And I think this is where some of the challenge for reviewers came to, as they looked at the entirety of the review criteria and recognized relatively small acreage. They're doing incredible work there now, previously had been in some orchard and crop production. And will this permanent transfer preclude options for a diversity of different agriculture on that property into the future? And I think they were conflicted, frankly, about that.
Chair, can I ask a quick clarifying question? I think we're saying this, but maybe not super directly. It sounds like the concern is if under a future easement, there's a transfer in ownership, it might be difficult for a future landowner to, to work with the water and size limitations if they're not prepared to exactly do what the current landowners are doing on the land. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, so it's like looking forward to future potential ownership and production rather than, okay, sorry, I just missed that.
Bruce?
Not related to that particular issue. I mean, I thought it was a really novel and probably innovative approach on this project here, and I was really puzzled by it because I've never heard of or seen a water transfer through a conservation easement, however this works here. And my question, and I don't know that there's an answer, is do we need to signal whether this is interesting and we're interested in more, or that this is interesting but anybody who wants to do this should be looking elsewhere? I mean, is this a fit for the program, I guess, is what I was struggling with, because I think it's potentially a great project, but maybe not an ag heritage project.
I think that would be a great discussion for deliberation after lunch. Because I think the review team struggle with that very question, right? Like, does giving up a really key tool in your agricultural toolbox preclude it from being a good fit for the program? I think it would benefit from some guidance from the commission, and it being ranked lowest in this current round, I think does send a message as to it's fit for this program, but I think it would really be beneficial if the commission could weigh in on that.
Laura?
Was that was that the main reason that it was ranked the lowest, or what are the top reasons that it was ranked the lowest?
Yeah, I thank you for asking that question, Laura, because I think that gets to, we're working with a ranking and a whole lot of evaluation criteria. And as you all have talked about in just kind of your own struggles with when you're making these decisions, there is no ranking of the evaluation criteria themselves. And so that's the hard part of the deliberations. And when the review team was making their ranking decision after the extensive discussion of the individual projects and then the kind of application pool as a whole, we don't necessarily know what factor it was for any individual reviewer, why they chose to rank it in a specific spot, because there's a whole host of evaluation criteria that they're working with and weighing as they're doing it. What we do know is that when the ranking was produced and then they discussed it together, they all came to a collective decision on that. So whether one person thought this was the crux and that's why they ranked it there, and someone else thought something else was the crux, collectively the review team came to this conclusion based off of the entire host of evaluation criteria. And I think that that's what you guys get to grapple with as well when you look at the ranking in deliberations.
Sorry, Jim.
So quick question on their water right, is that from an in-stream or is that from a well?
It's in stream.
In-stream. What is the vintage of their water right, do you know?
I do know, and it is very senior.
So, I mean, that, because when it is more senior, that would elevate it, but I agree, as far as like pulling water rights out of production, it does kind of hurt the viability of agriculture.
I don't want to keep us from lunch too long, but.
You do.
Can you just speak a little bit to the wall in-stream temporary and what, like, everybody seemed to embrace that, and then the permanent, is the permanent the problem here? And, okay, and I guess I didn't completely understand why they didn't want to do temporary on this one.
And that was why they didn't want to do temporary in the Union Orchards one, is because that's what the landowners were seeking to do. It was in the clarification that we saw with them about just like the structure of the transaction. There was some conversation about, is it permanent? Is that the only pathway the landowners want to do? And for this application in front of us, it was permanent. So that's kind of the best answer we can have to articulate for that, is that was the landowner's choice with their water rights, and they felt that it was the best option for them based on their knowledge. And then in comparison to the wall one, I will just note that the flexibility provided by the way that the wall property was utilizing their in-stream leases was one of the factors of really providing that flexibility in face of change and in face of a different operator that wasn't going to do the same type of soil amendments and soil practices that they were.
And just a quick follow-up, Jim Bob, it's an 1874 priority date. Pretty old.
Okay, Mark.
So I just need to make an apology. Prior to accepting this appointment from Sarah, I told her that I'm catching a flight in a little bit out of Redmond, out of state, and so I will not be here for the rest of the meeting, but it doesn't make a difference because I'm a non-voting member anyway. But I'd like to thank everybody for your due diligence and for me to be here today.
Is it okay to ask where you're going with?
I've already told.
I already know the answer.
But I do need to catch a flight pretty early this afternoon, so I will do my best to make every meeting from here on out, so apologies.
Going to see the Eagles at whatever it is in Las Vegas.
Now it's in the record. Prior commitment.
Okay, we're gonna break for lunch unless, okay. It's 12:17. I think we can finish our lunch and be back by 1, so let's do it.
I
Keeps you.
know
Go ahead, Lois.
I'm heading home, and I will not be back in that quick a time, but I will be back here shortly after 1 o'clock. Okay. I've got people to feed, so
Thanks, Lois.
I'll be back by 1:30.
Okay.
Taylor, I still see you chewing. Are you chewing gum or food?
This is your part of the meeting.
No,
grapes.
I think you guys got a
Are you
little
putting up
bit
the
more
llama?
to
Robin,
share with us.
you gonna put up the llama?
All right, we're coming. Give us 30 seconds here.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. The next part of our meeting is an extension of what we've been doing, I think. It's conservation easement application review and funding recommendation. And I think staff is going to, got a little bit more to inspire us with before we start our discussions.
Well, your first mistake, Doug, was saying inspiring, because it's me, not Taylor, talking. So.
Why would you
I know.
assume that I thought Taylor was inspired?
That's true, that's true. Okay, so hopefully everyone has a cookie and something to drink. So want to do a little bit of framing before we move into revisiting the ranked list and start talking about the funding line. I'm going to just keep talking while they're figuring out the tech issue. So at the business meeting for the commission last month, we did touch on some best practices that we've drawn on over 20 plus years of grant making at OWEB. So just wanted to put some of those out as you are embarking on, I think that Mark described, kind of the unenviable process from here, because we have a slate of great projects and we have, thankfully now, just over $5 million, but there are some tough decisions to make. So in terms of some of the best practices, one is just aiming to ensure that we have a consistent and transparent process throughout. So some of the key guidelines that the OWEB board has used is being really thoughtful about not taking in new information in a way that could present some kind of inconsistency or inequitability for applicants, trying to follow a well-defined process. Typically, and this is after, again, multiple decades of using technical review teams or regional review teams, trying to honor the ranking that's provided by the technical review team. What I would say for this body, I would kind of put this as in an analogous place as the OWEB committee, grants committee, when they're looking at our focused investment projects, because you are in between staff and the board in terms of their decision. You're the ones advancing the recommendation for grant funding to the OWEB board. And so in the FIP example, there have been a few times in that process that ultimately there was a determination that a bit of reordering of rankings might be needed, and through that process, it was very clear if that's happening in your role as the recommending body, or in the case of the grants committee, the recommending committee, being really clear about tying any adjustment back to evaluation criteria. What was your deliberation that got you to the point of recognizing, there is a component here and one or more of the evaluation criteria that does warrant this? Because ultimately, the OWEB board is the body that makes the grant awards, and Sarah described earlier, she will help to shepherd that forth, as will Mark Labhart, as will the three of us, but we need to make sure that there is clear rationale justification for what ultimately is going to the OWEB board from this process. So I think a few other things that the board has worked hard to do is being mindful of adjusting budgets on the fly. We will talk very shortly about a budget adjustment based on new information. We already touched on it, the clarifying information in terms of the appraised value. It's no longer a guess now for the wall funding, but being very mindful of, you don't know when you start to adjust budgets up and down a slate of projects, what the ramifications might be. If you pull one thread, you're not sure what's going to stay together and what's going to fall apart. And so I think the other piece that I wanted to just touch on, we did back in April talk with the commission about In the event that a high dollar project comes in, given the experience you all had last year, how would you like that to be handled? And where we landed, and what you'll see shortly, is you asked, staff's role is to help us see the ranking that's coming from the technical review team and understand how much money we have to work with and where that line falls, just in terms of crosswalking as you do the summation. So that is what we're presenting to you today. Just here's what you have to work with, here are how the project's ranked, and we'll talk also about the clarifying information regarding the wall appraisal. So hopefully that's helpful framing. And I think with that, Robin, do you have, we're putting up the ranked list next? Yes. Okay. Do you want to take this? You want me to?
Okay, so what we have, sorry, Robin Meacher, staff. What we have posted for you all now is the application ranking, which you saw earlier, along with the spending plan target. And sorry, I can't see things. And so what you'll see here is we've got the OWEB ask, and then we have the running total request. So what we, in this information, what you have in front of you is the rank, you have the ask of the individual projects, and then that furthest column on the right, the running total, kind of helps you understand what can happen in terms of the very bottom number, which is what we have available to spend. So with this information and just doing the math, with the spending plan target, the projects ranked 1 and 2 would be above the funding line, as we refer to it. There would be remaining funds on that, but that is what we have to be able to fund in total. Sorry, I saw a question, but. No, sorry. Okay. Okay. So, with that in context, we did also want to, as we mentioned earlier, the wall project had some additional budget clarification that came in the middle, and so we did some kind of chronicling for you all to understand the kind of evolution of the project and the ask over time. So you see, and hopefully those numbers, if you need to turn around, the numbers are much bigger, so I apologize at what they look like on the tiny screen. But this is essentially tracking the ask for the wall project from its 2022 application ask through the 2023 award. So you can see the discrepancy between what they presented as their need for the OWEB share in their application in 2022, and then ultimately what they were awarded and how that award was structured. And then we have the 2024 OWEB funds ask from the applicant. And then based off of our budget review, which we talked about earlier, where essentially fiscal helps us look at people's proposed budgets and identify whether things were put in the right categories or calculated correctly based off of their category. For this application, fiscal did identify that the indirect cost, that's what IDC stands for, was calculated incorrectly, and that the applicant included the purchase price in their indirect cost calculation, which OWEB budget guidance and budget policy does not allow for applications. The acquisition cost cannot be used for IDC calculation. So you'll see that that is a reduction from a pretty significant amount of 424,410 down to what would be 12,650. And then in the furthest right category, 2024 OWEB funds with the IDC reduction, and then what we're calling purchase price reduction, is based off of the updated information from the applicant about their appraisal, which came in at $8,470,000. So their application had the ask around their estimate of 10 million as the purchase price, and then their the appraisal came in the meantime with a reduced figure, but for their purposes, their ask remained the same essentially, because we don't work and allow applicants to adjust their budgets other than kind of these more technical considerations around IDC and categorizing. So what we did for you all was tried to do the math, or we did the math and we're trying to present the math in a way that is clear. And so again, we'll welcome questions around this, but so leaving all things the same in their salaries, wages, and benefits category, their contracted services category, and then other is the way OWEB identifies the purchase price ask. There is no line item in our budgeting for specifically identified as the purchase price, so it is the other category here. So if you'll recall, they have match from ASIP-AIL, which is to fund up to 50% of the purchase price. And so for us, we were looking at that figure that's presented here in other for you all as the appraisal value we were provided, reduced in half based off of the 50% from NRCS, the funds that were included in the 2023 award toward the purchase price, and what would be needed to make that up. So that's what the figure of 1,749,605 gets you to. And so that, with their requests for non-purchase price related items and the indirect, gets to a reduced figure of 1,888,755. So that's just kind of the chronicle of that one project, and wanted to lay it out there for y'all because we recognize it's a different space than pretty much all the other projects. If there's things to add from everybody up here, feel free. If there's questions about this, please let us know before we move on to the next slide.
Ed?
So has this scenario been run by the applicant? Have they seen these numbers?
Yeah, so we did talk with the applicant about, with the information they provided us around the appraisal, and then also the understanding around the indirect cost and how that would be a reduction regardless. We talked with them about, with this information, recognizing the limitation OWEB has and that we can't provide more toward the purchase price than what would make you whole with other public funding or your other funding. This was what we intended to present to the commission. So they are aware that it's being presented.
Ed, I would follow up to say that, and I think you heard some of that from Renee Myers, this has been a complex project. I think she described that in public comment. So we have not, besides those two line items that Robin described, we have not had any other discussions about other line items with them specifically, because those are the two things that we know, following our rules and financial procedures, we are able to do: not pay above fair market value and not include purchase price in indirect calculation.
Amanda?
So do you have an updated running total? I'm getting it.
If we're ready to move on.
We know who's the least patient.
She's just thinking ahead.
Okay, so another fun, complicated table for you all. So this is a tracking of essentially the figure we just talked about, and showing kind of with the original figure, as we talked, those projects ranked 1 and 2 would fit within the funding line. And then if the OWEB funds awarded to the wall project ranked as number 1 were reduced in the amounts that we just described, you would, with meeting our spending plan target, get down to the 4th ranked project. And then, so again, I know numbers down here are teeny tiny, so if you need to refer back there, feel welcome. And then we do recognize that there will still be money left, what could be considered left on the table. There's about a gap, not a gap, but 46,000 left over if you were to fund or recommend projects 1 through 4. And that amount would essentially then be recaptured into the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Fund for use in the spending plan development in 2025 for the 2026 to 28 biennium. I'm done with numbers. Okay, anything on this slide that you two want to add? Otherwise, I'll stop talking.
Okay, so what you're telling me is it's open for discussion for commission members, right? Just so all the commission members here, Bruce and I talked about it a little bit ago. What I'm gonna do is I'll start off and then we'll go around to all the commission members and give you all a chance to speak to these proposals and projects. And then at that point, we'll open it up for additional comments. So.
One quick question for you, Doug, sorry. So we've been asked, typically during deliberation, we like to have all of you visible on the screen. So we can move this up and down if you need to refer to this, but it's kind of up to you in some ways whether you're okay having your deliberations without this table in front of you. I do also have it printed out if that would be helpful. Do you want to change that?
See, she had it hid clear in the back of her notebook.
She was waiting for a panicked look in people's faces. That was the cue to hand it out.
Thank you.
Thank Nicole for taking that.
Thank you, Nicole.
Nancy and Lois, are you, oh, that's right,
And
and Dan. Are you at a deficiency not having access to that table at this point? I want to be sensitive to that. We could email it to
I'm
you.
okay. I have the old one and I can see the ranking and the approximate cost, and I made notes, so I'm okay.
Okay.
But I don't know about Lois or Dan.
Yeah, I've got the table to look at, and I think that's sufficient with all the information we've already gotten. So that's fine.
Thanks. Dan?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I'll start off the discussion. I've had a fair amount of heartburn, both 2 years ago when we did the initial awards, and even when I saw this first initial chart, because so much of our monies and awards have been going to one project. And as new as this organization is, I felt it was important to get to as many different corners of the state as possible to demonstrate to our legislators what the potential for this program is. I certainly feel more comfortable with these changes that Robin has given us here just lately. I've been on the OWEB board. I know how controversial it is to change these rankings. And I don't think I want to do that, at least not without further discussion. But suffice it to say that one of the things this commission could potentially be talking about before we do our next round of awards is how much of the total dollar awards, maybe in percentage wise, we're willing to spend on any one project. And I think that's a worthwhile discussion to have. I don't know what the end result of that discussion would be, but that's what's given me the most heartburn about this. My other comment is I really enjoy, and it warms my heart to see how many projects, good projects, came to us this round. As some of you remember, the last round of awards 2 years ago, we did award, or we funded every project that was submitted. And I think it speaks to our effectiveness to see how many projects are being submitted to us. And we just need to do our best to make sure that we're funding the best projects so that we continue to encourage the applicants to turn into us better and better projects as we go forward. Bruce?
I was hoping to go later or last. Give me a chance to think about this a little more.
That's why you're co-chair.
I too was really impressed by the quality of the projects we got, and I would say I would happily fund projects 1 through 5 without any questions if we had enough money for that. And it pains me that we do not. The wall project has been ranked #1 twice in a row, and the last time around I thought of it as both perhaps the best project and the most likely to fail, because there were so many unanswered questions, and a lot of those questions have been answered. They're just the moving target nature of the budget has made it both #1 ranked and the most problematic in trying to figure out how it relates to the competition out there. And I think we have a clearer picture of that right now in a couple of budget categories. I asked a question earlier about the budget and review of the budget, and the fact that we don't really, on the technical side or the staff side, review budgets in that particular way. But I have been troubled by this, particularly for the staff and contracted services costs, which by my count are approaching $340,000 for a project. And they don't change when the cost of the project goes down, apparently. I mean, we haven't even talked about that, and I don't know that they should. But that is a lot of staff and contracted service work, and as somebody who used to have to bill by the hour sometimes, I'm really cognizant of, how many hours of work it actually takes to do billable hours, and I recognize if they happen to overestimate the costs, I assume that will become apparent at the end of the project, and there'll be money left on the table. But that also gets to me, my big concern, even leaving $45,000 on the table. We may not have a table after this if the legislature doesn't provide additional funding in the next session or the mid biennium session after that. It's really hard without a more clear prospect for funding here. So that part of it troubles me, and even my questions about their budget, are probably not enough to fill the holes otherwise. The final thing I would say, the Albertson Ranch project, in my mind, has the highest wildlife values of any of the projects that we see, and that's saying quite a bit. But you don't get a NACA grant without scoring really high on that kind of stuff. That's what it's all about, and clearly they've done an exceptional job there. I might have ranked it a little bit higher. I am willing to trust the process. I would comfortable that, as I say, I would really comfortable with all 5 of the top 5 projects. And if there was some way to find an extra $100,000 or whatever that gap is there, $150,000, that would make my day.
Laura?
Thank you. I'll just echo that. I think we did get an amazing slate of projects, and I want to trust the process and I want to trust the technical review team, but I think I'm having a little bit of heartburn about the kinds of questions that we got from them, the kinds of questions they were asking about the projects, the concerns they had about the projects, and are they that well, I guess two things. One is, how are they ranked? Is this sort of like a passing concern? Is this a significant concern? And then, like, we are charged with making final decisions, and I don't feel like I completely understand why the technical review team had those concerns, and how significant they were, and were they addressed? So that would be huge. I know OWEB always does it like this, but that doesn't mean I don't still have questions and concerns, and can we do it better? So that information, I think, would be really helpful. Because I want to believe the ranking, and I mostly do, but I think I ask a lot of questions about the review team comments that gave me a little heartburn about trusting the ranking. So that's just a little bit of a challenge to, I think, OWEB staff. How do we do this better? I don't have all the answers. I also wish we had a little more money. I'll ask the same question as Bruce. Is there a scenario where we could fund Albertson? I also have heartburn about leaving 46 grand in this fund. Are we gonna get additional funding from the next legislator? And if we don't, does it just sit there? And if could we partially fund? I think that, I don't know how we make that decision on the fly. It's always a challenging one. But I would go below 5 and say, I think if we had enough money, I would be happy funding more of these projects. So, yeah, thank you, and a little bit of a challenge.
Yes, this is Ed Contreras. I share a lot of the similar views and concerns that my colleagues have already spoken about, so I don't want to just reiterate those points. I feel really good with the slate here, you know, these top 5 projects that are presented. You know, I think that the challenging part of this whole deal is, how do you compare and rank properties with such varied resource issues, such varied agricultural values? I mean, that's a given, and I don't want to put any more pressure on the staff, you know, with what you're hearing here, but I get it, you know, having had to rank and propose projects for other conservation work. I do think, in a way, we as a commission have put ourselves in this position with the Wall Ranch, given that we only partially funded it, and now, you know, we're kind of set ourselves up here to, you know, are we going to see this through and get it done? And, you know, the applicant has addressed some of the issues, most of the issues that we raised on the first round, and it's still, these are complicated, obviously, transactions, and there's all of that. That there's always an element of risk, right, with any of these projects, if they're going to be able to pull it off. And so I think that's part of the trust that we have to put on the applicants and the landowners that are pursuing these projects. I do really wish we could have funded Albertson Ranch as well. I am familiar with the property. I have been out there, and I do agree with a lot of the wildlife values that were presented in that project today. So that's all I have.
Going through the list and seeing this, it's
it is impressive to see everyone that turned out for this, and it's a shame that we don't have more money. We always say that, though, with every project, no matter what you're doing, creek restoration included and everything else. What I am really kind of staring at here is the Country Heritage Farms. My goodness, why wasn't that ranked number one? I mean, like, this is where we look at like what this organization was established for. And when I look at that, I'm like, I love Eastern Oregon, I love everything like that, I want to protect it, but at the same time, though, keeping those farms in these ever-growing urban areas intact so that people can shop locally, they can get educated and have a good sense of this, and then seeing that highlight of the critical habitat in that was just like obvious to me that, hey, that map's telling us something. I guess one thing I would like to see with them is to firm up on their solar project limitations. If they firm up on that more, I would say that would rank higher and make me feel better. But that's where I'm really seeing it on that. Otherwise, I think that the list is what it is. I mean, we can't go down to Albertsons, would be great, but it's not possible. So I agree with the 4, except for I would like to see the Heritage Farms maybe moved up a little bit on that, and them firming up on their solar project limits. That's my 2 cents.
Amanda.
First of all, I agree with pretty much everything all the other commissioners said, but to add my own insight into it, I think it's easy to notice also that we're funding the top 4 highest asks, and that it might benefit the program in the future if there's some kind of clarity for applicants. You know, does that come down to it being like the size of the project that makes it evaluate higher likely? I know there were comments in acreage that were made on some of the other projects, but it's like you say, there's valuable projects on all 10 of these, and we're funding less than half due to availability. So just some clarity in the future on maybe programmatic priorities from that. And also, you know, I think Laura and I are kind of on the same page with some of these evaluation questions. I keep coming back to the dual benefits, and you know, I saw wonderful arguments on the Wall Ranch and the Carmen Ranch for the dual benefit enhancements, but you know, on, for example, Box T, even the reviewers asked for more management practice specific information be provided before this is fully funded, where some of these other projects did provide more specific management practice and how that was going to have a direct impact on the natural resource and watershed enhancement values of the project. So going forward, I'm pleased of the work we've done on the Rural Advisory Committee that I think will help provide some of that clarity in the future. But overall, everybody had pretty good applications this year.
Okay, on video, I'm going to start with Nancy, then go to Lois, and then let Dan finish up.
Okay, thank you, Doug. As everyone has said, I agree with what has been said. And I would really like to fund through number 5. Partly just to bring up that we do have this cluster of applications from that part of the state. We're going back to the legislature to ask for more money for this program, and I think geographic diversity of our funding is important to legislative success. And I'll just put out there that given sort of the uncertainty over the numbers with it's like $9 million Wall Ranch project, I feel comfortable reducing their amount by, I think is like 152,000 in order to fund through number 5.
Lois?
Okay, now you can hear me this time, right?
We can hear you.
Good. Okay. First, I'll just make a quick statement. when I sat down by myself, when were able to print out what the rankings were and everything, my first inclination was, I wish we could see these. I wish we could see and visit these applications, and realizing that that's not possible. But I have to trust the committee to have laid out everything, but it makes it more difficult to decide where the money should go when I'm not real familiar with the project. I think that I've forgiven myself for doubting whether or not we should give Wall Ranch any more money. I think I've forgiven myself for that because it is such a obviously valuable piece of land that needs to be protected. So I'm okay with that. As far as the rest of the funding is concerned, I think with the technical committee having looked at these, having visited, plus the staff having been able to go out and visit this, I'm going to have to trust other people's opinions, which in this particular case is pretty easy because of the experience and talent that's possible in it. Always a shortage of money is frustrating. The only thing is I do think that a good job was done in pointing out why there are certain ones of these that I don't feel comfortable with because the technical committee didn't feel real comfortable with it either. And that's the ones where we didn't have really all the information we needed. And I think that's to the benefit of the applicant to do their best. And I think in some of these we were missing some very important points. I have no objection to taking the top 5 on this. I do have to make one admission about Country Heritage Farms. Sam happens to be my husband's uncle, so hopefully that won't be a problem. But because I don't know how many hundreds of people know who Sam is, but anyway, since my husband isn't here and I'm not talking on his behalf, I'll just ignore that. But I think that whomever said it, and I'm forgetting now, but spreading this over possibilities in the entire state, and the map shows the fact that this has been done very well this time. And so all in all, I'm more comfortable with what we're doing today than I think I was when we did the first application. So, and I think we are getting some really good applications. So I would go with going ahead with those first 5 and then asking for more money. So I guess that's the total of my suggestion.
Robin.
Yeah,
Sorry, Dan, just a moment.
Sorry, Dan, to jump in front of you. I just want to clarify something really quick, as Lois mentioned, the technical review team committee visiting the properties, and we just want to make sure everyone knows the technical reviewers did not do site visits. OWEB staff did site visits to every single one of them, gave the reviewers the opportunity to ask questions that they would want us to bring to those site visits, so we could bring that context back. And that's just primarily, as you all stated, it would be great to be able to get everyone on the ground, but logistically, for fairness considerations and making sure that we have the same participation across it just wasn't possible. So do want to make sure everyone knows that the site visits were conducted by OWEB staff and not the technical review committee.
Thank you, Robin. Dan, are you ready?
I am ready, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much what everyone's said so far. I think it's unfortunate that the 4 most costly projects are ranked 1 through 4, not in that order, but so I would also be totally on board with going down to number 5. I mean, you'd hate to create the impression, even if it's just kind of coincidental in this case, that this program is going to sort of prioritize higher cost projects at the expense of smaller ones. And I agree with, the positive things that were said about country heritage. I know, the program has these dual objectives of preserving natural resource values and, balancing agricultural use with conversion pressure. But, when you think about a property that's just located adjacent to a UGB, especially with all of the changes in UGB rules that are going on around the state, it seems like the imminence of conversion on that property in particular was higher than any of the other ones that I looked at. And then I do have some questions, I guess, about the technical review process and how that could potentially be improved in the future. I know the reviewers are anonymous, but I do think it would be helpful to see which reviewers, reviewed which projects. I mean, maybe if you could have some kind of like anonymous ID that were assigned to each individual reviewer, and then you could just see which projects each individual is kind of comparing them against. And, I just think it's really hard to rank projects in isolation when we're kind of assembling all of the different comments that were received. So I don't know if there's like some minimum standard where a technical reviewer has to review at least 2 or 3 projects or something like that, but I think that would be helpful in the future. Just so, things aren't being reviewed in isolation and being compared against, maybe some abstract standard.
Thank you, Dan.
You guys jump in and just clarify for Dan real quick. So all the projects were reviewed by the review team. So every member of the review team reviewed every project and then spent a full day review team meeting together discussing the projects and then ultimately ranking them as a group.
Okay. I wasn't clear on that. Yeah. And it's my first go around with this. So
last time we did it different.
Misperceptions I have the process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody has had their turn to speak. Staff, do you want to address any of the concerns or comments we've made before we potentially open it up again?
Not specifically. I mean, I think there's a rich discussion to be had around future technical reviews and our, efforts to do continual improvement in the program. I don't know that we want to go fully down that rabbit hole, but do want to recognize that several commissioners made those comments and so want to hold space for that. We do have time. If people feel like it's important to more fully understand how this process works and or to get some things on the table for future iterations of this process. I just don't want to sweep that under the rug. So, go for it.
I think 2 pieces it's important to note also, you did specifically in the revised rules address a second application coming in when you still have a current open grant. So that I think will be helpful in future cycles. I do think to what several of you I think pointed out is it's probably worthwhile to have a funding cap conversation, given that there does seem to be interest in geographic diversity, and not saying that diversity is more important than high quality projects, but when you have a slate of good projects, depending on if we can get ourselves out of a one-off slug of funding, a second one-off slug of funding that does not provide predictability for this program, might be good to talk through a funding cap so that we can get good coverage of that when the applicants sitting in this room do not know when the next cycle will be. We don't know if and when the next slug of funding is, and that is different from our 6-month open solicitation cycles. That makes it a lot harder to say, I can wait until the next application cycle opens in a couple weeks. So I think that's worthwhile, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll have some good progress during legislative session on funding.
Okay, so to open it up to the commissioners is.
Well, I have a question for staff. Nancy floated the idea of reducing wall by an amount sufficient to fund through Albertson there. And remind me, maybe this is you, Renee, the things that make OWEB staff uncomfortable when we start messing around with things here. Where does that fall on the scale of discomfort, and what kind of rationale? I mean, this is a little different from this traditional OWEB grant program, the kind of projects we're talking about. And before I let you answer, I will say one of the things that I struggled with on the Wall Ranch budget is in the budget discussion section, unless I was missing something, the only justification for anything in the budget was that NRCS had committed X amount of money for the price of the easement. So although, as I recall, the question there in the application asks people to justify costs, what we got from everybody, albeit at much lower numbers, were lump sum numbers for particular items there. So anyway, I'd be just interested in the staff's perspective on these questions.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Bruce. And you provided kind of the entree piece, which is this is different from most OWEB projects, because I can say in land acquisition, we've never had a project come in asking for funding in 2 different cycles for the exact same project. I mean, certainly if you look across our restoration program, we have some projects, piping projects are a great example. We have 7 phases of some of the big piping projects. So that though is a different chunk that you're talking about. You delineate the space. So I think you are in a bit of uncharted territory. I did say it's best not to monkey with budgets on the fly, because you don't know when you pull a string here what happens. That said, I think if that is the interest of this commission to talk through how to do that, I would say if you're contemplating proposing something, please bound it as well as possible. Touching fewer budgets than more is a good thing. And I think it is our responsibility from a transparency standpoint to say any discussion on that front would require us to be able to then go back to the applicant to try to better understand what would the ramifications of that be. Because that is something that I think inevitably the OWEB board would ask us about. But Sarah, if you have other observations from a board perspective.
And I'll chime in on that, as I am not comfortable reducing the wall amount. I would love to fund that Albertson Ranch project, but I also know our last go around, there was a project that dropped out, and there was some monies returned to the program too. Okay, so, between that possibility and the potential for some of these budget items to maybe come in lower, I would advocate patience of this group, and with the caveat there that if we get enough money put back into this pot, that is definitely the project we would like to see funded because of that. Don't know how that falls in with staff, but that's where I'm at on this particular issue. Anybody else? Jim Bob?
Some of that money that we moved around today, there's no way we could carve out some of that for project number 5. I mean, I know, where we put these line items here, the 277,000, those ones there, there is no way we could utilize those monies for an easement.
I already asked that.
Oh, well, right, but now I can see a place to put it that would wrap us up of our other total dollars, so it's too bad that there's no way to get there. And I would guess, my question would be is like, if we were to put this out, I don't know, I guess there's no way to get it done without a Ways and Means Committee, but anyways. Sorry, thinking out loud. So Sarah, with what we're seeing here and with the quality of projects that have been presented, and the fact that we cannot reach all of them, of course, but not even our favorite 5 here, do you have a sense of the likelihood of this getting getting funded again?
No, I just won't attempt to predict the behavior of a legislative body. I can't comment on that. I know that there is, as Carson mentioned today, a good coalition of folks working on that, but it is,
I mean,
many steps away from me being able to guess that even in private.
and I always feel like it's always hard to make the jump from people that work with this and are part of boards and everything all the time to going to a politician can be kind of a big jump to say fund this. But I mean, we're getting better quality. I mean, it's one of those things like to say like, boy, I wish we had more money. Well, the reason why you wish you had more money is because your projects are so good. I mean, that's a great problem to have. When you go through this process and you're working for your SWCDs or doing things like that and you're getting stuff and you're like, man, I wish we could fund them all. Pat yourself on the back, that's good. That's really good. And if you can convey that to the governing body, that like, we need more money because we're getting such good projects, we can convince this to the state, and we can show the taxpayer that these dollars are going farther than what we expected them to. How do we tell that story? Because that's the question. Because I mean, if you want to see 8 of these funded, double it, you got to tell that story better. And you have you're getting those possibilities with this stuff. You can say like, look what good we did and everything like that. Even though Wall Ranch is such a big project, sometimes those are really good because like smaller dollar amounts don't always get people's attention. When you don't go to an RCPP through NRCS and ask for like, I want $700,000. They'll laugh you out of the room. You want to go for 25 million. You want to like show up with a big bang because people can see that and look at like, what the heck did we do there? And those do move things to get people's attention. So you guys are on the right path here. I would wish we could do more. I think you got to do the best you can.
Jim Bob, next time we go in and see the co-chairs of House Ways and Means, we'll make sure we give you a call so you can come with us.
I will also look forward to sharing guidance, and Jim Bob asked about this last night, of limitations for people who are part of public boards and commissions and legislative process. We don't have to talk about that now, but I just want to mention it in passing, that we'll be happy to share information.
I'm game.
Laura?
I know those rules.
Okay, I am going to advocate one more time and implore my commissioners, the other commissioners on the board here. I really do feel like Wall is an amazing project. I don't think anybody's arguing with that. Really important project. We have also spent a huge amount of the total percentage of the budget of this fund over the past 2 bienniums on this project. And so I think it's reasonable to advocate, and I have heartburn about the smallest ask not getting funded. I mean, I think that this is a problem if folks feel like we shouldn't bring a project to this board that is small, even though it's good, because clearly what they're going for is the big ticket items. I mean, I think there's real reasons to fund small projects to get started in a region, because someone's doing amazing work in a region. And so I don't necessarily feel like the biggest projects or the most expensive projects are the best. And it feels like for the, Wall, even at this point, is almost double everything else. So again, it is an amazing project, but I'm going to advocate and ask just to see if there's any support on the commission for reducing that grant by what it would take to fund Albertson. So that's my soon-to-be motion.
So, and I think, Nancy, if I interpreted your proposal correctly, you were on the same page as Laura.
Yeah,
And
Laura and I said the same thing. Yep.
Yes, and Doug is reluctant to mess with people's budgets. So I wanted to ask just another mechanics question here. If we were to go sort of the Doug route hybrid with Laura, Nancy route here and say, we're going to fund all of them at their level and Albertson up to the available remaining funding and ask staff, you've got a couple months before the OWEB board meeting here. I assume part of the awkwardness here is there has not been an opportunity or maybe a legal venue for frank discussion between the program staff and the applicants on the Wall Ranch project about your costs have been all over the place here, and I know you had to fill out a budget X months ago. Let's talk realistically about what a realistic budget looks like to make it happen, and if there's any money beyond what's available there, but we could allocate towards the Albertson Ranch project. You know, the other way is to just say, as Laura and Nancy were saying, we're just going to fund Albertson and ask you to go find cost savings or raise more money. But I just wondered if there's any mechanical issues from the staff standpoint, given that we are making a recommendation to the OWA board, there's still some time to massage the final proposal that goes to the OWEB board.
I may have missed one piece, so please fill in the gap if I did. Are you asking about a frank conversation with Wild Rivers about adjustments possible in their budgets or the top 4 projects?
No, I would talk with Wild Rivers in part because it's been difficult to view it in a holistic way. You got to go back and look at the budget for project 1 that got funded, and then look at project 2 budget, which is much less detailed than the grant award, what I was able to find. I mean, it was really lump sums, but that's where the total is. Suddenly you're looking at $340,000 in costs for staff and contracted services. And I'm sure those numbers were made in good faith. What do they look like now that the size of the easement payment is known, you know, the negotiations, a lot of the work has been done. It may be easier to project what the remaining amount of work to be done and build towards the grant looks like.
We can do that. That is fairly unprecedented. We could do that. And I think that based on the conversation that we did have that I believe resulted in Renee's public comment this morning, I would say, at least my sense, and I'll look to Taylor and Robin to get their sense too, is that Wild Rivers has incurred costs. So we could have that conversation. I'm not sure that that is the reality that they're facing. If the intent of this commission, though, is to signal we would really prefer you find some cost savings, then we can have that conversation. But my sense is that they have incurred costs, and I don't know that they would be adjusting downward from whatever the total 300 and some thousand is.
Well, I'm sure they've incurred costs. Have they not invoiced you for anything under the grant to this point?
Correct. They've not invoiced us because our process doesn't allow for reimbursement until closing, essentially, which is something we addressed in the new rules going forward. But so,
sorry, I thought, yeah.
yes, so they have incurred costs, but they don't submit it to us until they're asking for a reimbursement of funds. So we don't know what those costs are at this point related to their current grant.
I would like to add, I think this was maybe implied by Renee's statement. I think the clearer the recommendation from this board, the clearer and more, probably directive is the wrong word, but it can be, it's very difficult for us to go back and renegotiate. And I do think that's just not good grant-making practice. It's not just the way OWEB does things, but it opens up a can of worms. If you were to choose to, reduce funding and say, do you want it or not? Or if you were, there are a number of strategies there that I think give us a clear set of next steps. And I guess I would say the clearer that you can be about your direction to us and your recommendation to the OWEB board, and the less that involves kind of behind the scenes negotiation, the cleaner our process will be. So please exercise care with that.
I agree. I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense for
You should kick it around, yeah.
and I don't know what I think still.
Makes it harder.
I mean, the reality is that if we knew we had guaranteed funding for next year, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would say Albertson's going to get funded #1 in the 25 grant cycle. It's just the fact that we're not sure, which makes this thing more difficult. So just whatever we can do to try and get the system funded next year, we dang sure better well do it.
Laura?
All right. I'm going to make a motion that we.
Please make a motion I can accept.
That choice is solely up to you. That we reduce the Wall Ranch funding. Again, an amazing project. That is not in dispute. My motion is that we reduce the Wall Ranch funding sufficiently to fund the Albertson Ranch project.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I would like to hear some further discussion.
Seeing, okay, Laura.
Well,
Just made it under the wire.
I just want to also remind the commission, we're leaving $46,000 on the table. I mean, I think that's the other piece of it that I didn't say, and that feels important to me as well, that as much go out the door and do conservation work now.
Yeah, to that point, I don't want to leave 46,000 whatever and change on the table if it's going to help advance other projects. There's match that's secured for some of these easements, and this might be the best shot to get the project there, and we know that the budget strings or whatever that Renee keeps referring to, but it could help move something forward. So I would not want to leave 46,385 or whatever on the table if the next project on the list here would be interested in using that funding.
Okay.
So if the 46,000 is left behind, do we know where it goes?
Goes back into the Ag Heritage Fund, which has been available for you as a commission to decide how you want to spend it.
Okay, and our Ag Heritage Fund is currently tapped out. There's nothing in it.
Well, there's $5,081,000.
Okay, all right, so there's that, sorry, yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if I didn't know if it'd fall into the covenant easement grant line, or if it'd fall in the technical assessment. I didn't know if it would move into any of those ones. I didn't know if it was a non-discretionary. I wasn't exactly clear on how that'd go. And if the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission doesn't get picked up next year for funding, what ends up happening to this other 500,000 plus?
So are you talking about the natural and working lands funds, or? Yeah. Well, we're planning to hopefully get those allocated through grant agreement in early 2025 while you're still operating as a program.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that money has to go to conservation management plans in our organization. So there's going to be a grant solicitation, and we're going to do the same thing under conservation management plans as what we're doing under conservation easements. This 46,000 that's potentially left over will stay in the conservation easement fund until, or unless, this group moves it into another fund, which I probably wouldn't
So we
be
can't
in
move
favor.
that money out, but we can move this money in, the 46,000.
46,
Yeah, it's
well,
So there's now $750,000 in the conservation management plan line item of the OHP spending plan. That was the action you took this morning. That is specific funding that was associated with House Bill 3409, natural and working lands, and we've received direction from the Climate Action Commission that will not be used for OHP easement program. That can be used for conservation management plans, as Doug said, or TA. We bundled it all this morning. You all took action to put it all in.
Yes.
In CMPs. That is held harmless. We cannot pull that over until you decide if there's 46,000 approximately sitting in the easement line item still in your spending plan, unless you say, we want to put that someplace else. That will still sit there.
Okay.
The question though is, will other funding come in to supplement that to create space for another grant solicitation cycle? Yeah.
Bruce.
Okay, I'm not saying I'm going to support the motion, but the reason that I might be able to here is when I'm going back and I'm just looking for correction if I'm wrong. If I look at the budget here, I don't see any funding in this project listed in the budget other than OWEB and NRCS dollars. And within the context of I don't know what the number is now, between $9 and $10 million project, I think looking for another $150,000 from other sources, not to minimize the significance of the work that involves, but within the context of that, to have the Ag Heritage Program paying that larger share is in no small commitment.
Amanda?
The first is a clarification question from staff. During the application process, were the applicants told projects may be funded either in whole or in part? Okay, that's a yes. That's a
in the rules.
head nod yes, rather than.
Head nod for the record.
Okay, for the record. So then the two other parts to my question are, we haven't discussed instead funding Albertson partially at 46,000 and what that would look like for them instead of decreasing wall. And then my last question is, with the projects that already have NRCS, ASAP accepted projects, what happens if they don't get the OAHP funding? What happens to their NRCS project? So, two questions.
I'll speak to the last question first. So the NRCS funding will remain with the project for as long as their contract is in place. They may choose to go find additional or a different match source. I think that is part of, their calculation to do. So it's a match source, just as we are a match source, same as if NRCS went away, what would we do type thing for the applicant to figure out. But it will remain as long as NRCS will obligate it in their contract.
From the partial funding of Albertson perspective, I fear that you're setting up the same situation potentially as you're now facing with Wall, and the additional challenge of if there is an open grant that was for a project that was partially funded, there now will be rules in place for subsequent grant cycles saying that project can't come in again.
Okay, and I'm, just because I'm the chairman and can give my 2 cents worth also, I'm gonna oppose the motion. I would feel better funding these top 4 with an additional motion after the fact that we would fund the Albertson Ranch if and when we got monies either returned to us because of some projects that didn't make it to the finish line or because of other budget amendments. And so I think staff might correct me on that, but that's where I would come in at. Go ahead, Sarah.
If the board, so you have a different motion on the table, so I don't want to jump the gun too much. I just want to put a little pin in that. If you start heading in the direction of a motion along those lines, I think staff would like to step away from the table for a few minutes and talk about it, because we've never done that before. We don't know how to do it. That doesn't mean we can't do it, but it's a new concept for us, I think. Yes? Yeah.
Okay, so the discussion is still back on the main motion.
Okay.
Laura?
Go ahead.
I'm just going to advocate one more time for something that I think is as clean and clear as possible and helps us fund one more project in a different geographic region. It is the smallest ask of all of them, and huge bang for the buck. I think that is not under dispute. Great reviews from the technical review committee. So to me, I mean, I know OWEB has done stuff like this before. And I think what we're hearing from staff, this is the cleanest way to do it. It would get us all 5 with, as a percentage, as you were saying, Bruce, a fairly small reduction in the total that we're asking Wall to reduce, as compared to, we preserve a whole nother farm for just basically $200,000.
And I would just say, I could be doing the math wrong. I think it's 150,000 is 1.5% of a $10 million project.
I just did the math and came up with exactly the same number. 1.5%.
Thank you. So, most budgets on projects that size, there's contingencies around those kind of things.
And with the 46, we are 20% of the way to funding Albertson.
Mr. Chair, before you proceed with the vote, it's great that Nancy stepped in. I just wonder if you'd be willing to make a quick check-in with the virtual crowd and give them a little bit more space, just because before you proceed with the vote, it's hard to jump.
Lois, do you have anything to add to this discussion?
I can see her unmuting. You're not there yet, Lois.
There we go. It's not me, it's the computer.
Absolutely.
That, to tell you the truth, after hearing the value of the Albertson, I can understand why it's tempting. And I don't disagree with it. What I'm concerned about is, are we doing Walls a disservice so that we can't get that project done? And because I don't know what their budget is. I don't know what they're spending on what. But I just have a little hesitation, because I'd like to see that great big project get done. And if we start chipping away at what we're giving them, are we doing them a disservice? So when it comes right down to it, I think that it's to our advantage, both using the money wisely and spreading the money as wide as possible without too much damage. I can see the value in trying to get the Albertson funded. I'm just not sure what we're cutting off for Walls.
Yeah. Thank you, Lois. Dan, you got any comments?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
If Wall says no, and they don't take this, do we have to come back in and have another special meeting? I mean, what ends up playing out in that storyline?
We've gone through 10.
If the direction, to Sarah's point, if the direction to staff, if the motion is adjusted to be the commission moves to fund projects 1 through 5 with a reduction of the wall total cost such that number 5 can be funded. Then we go and have a conversation, and if they say no, then you will have 1.8889 million back. If it is, because I guess my question is, with that, are you saying they can say, no, we don't want the reduced amount? I think that is the question. I don't know what, I didn't have that sense from Laura's motion, but I could be wrong with that interpretation.
Okay, I'm wanting to vote on this motion. Does anybody have further discussion? If not,
Do I need to clarify the motion for staff?
Can you repeat
I think
the motion?
that was, do I need to clarify the motion for staff?
I think.
That would be helpful.
Okay, because I can just say.
it's on the recording, but
Yeah. Has it written down here too?
But if we could do it with numbers, I think that would be.
So if we are going to do that, then we need to take a break because staff will have to do some significant recalculation. I think the question is, do we need numbers? If the intent is a reduction in wall to sufficiently get to number 5 fully funded. But if you do want to retain numbers, then we need to.
That is my motion. I'm asking, is that sufficient for staff? Okay.
Yes.
Then my motion,
I think if you could restate it though, and say you want to fund 1 through 5, because I think your first motion, you said reduce wall enough to fund Albertson. I know it's just semantics.
I was hoping to pass that motion. And
Oh, sorry.
and no, it's okay. And if we pass that motion, then we would go back to make a motion on all 5 of them with a specific dollar amount.
But I don't.
Is that okay for staff or not?
I don't think that was the intent of the motion, though. So
the intent of the motion was to reduce wall sufficient to fund number 5. That's what I said.
And
I'm
we
not.
will take a break and let
No.
staff do the calculations.
And it's fine. They don't need to recalculate if we do. If that's the motion, then they do not need to recalculate, is what I'm hearing.
I think your motion should say likely, reduce wall such that projects 1 through 5 could be funded, acknowledging the reduced amount for wall to fund number 5, because otherwise I think 2, 3, 4 are kind of out there in limbo.
Okay.
Initial.
Okay. Friendly amendment accepted.
She cannot make a motion. Friendly amendment.
No.
Okay.
You get to restate it.
Okay. So my motion is to reduce the funding to the Wall Ranch property, ranked number 1, sufficient to fund projects 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Is that clear to the seconder of the motion?
Yes, I was just going to ask if you needed me to re-second.
Yes.
I'm re-seconding.
Thank you. Is the motion clear to all our commissioners? Okay, we're going to proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Aye. The vote count was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor and 2 opposed.
Motion carries.
Everybody agree? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Staff, what do you wish us to do next?
Well, that was.
You can't say that.
Yeah. Lots. We have other business as our last agenda item.
Can we take a break before we do other business?
Robin wants to say something first.
Okay.
There was a wrap-up slide to this agenda.
Forgot about that.
Is it still relevant?
I mean, the slide literally just says thank you, but
Answer your question.
the additional context provided for that was next steps for where we'll be going on this agenda item. So I do think, given what we just talked about, it's worth us just kind of letting you guys know what our original intention was. Essentially, you just made your recommendation. So we will go forth and figure out how to package that, work with Sarah on how that is presented to the OWEB board. So that is what we would have done with any motion you made and that passed. We do, as we talked about the indirect costs and those budget reviews, we now go into the process of working with fiscal, clarifying those and doing those budget corrections based off of that specific part. Given the motion we just had, we'll have a discussion about how we address other parts of the budget. And so this is essentially a space where we work with the applicants to reopen their budgets and make those corrections that we do as a matter of course. And now we'll deal with the what's in front of us with the past motion. And then essentially that is what we will bring to the board in our January presentation. So for this item, those are our next steps for staff. Thank you.
Taylor?
Other business is probably a 10-minute item if commissioners don't have other things to bring.
Commissioners want a break or do the 10 minutes and be done? Go, Taylor.
Okay. All right, so just a couple of updates to start with. So one, you may have been paying attention, we've been recruiting for 3 new commissioner seats. So a seat to represent fish and wildlife interests, a seat to represent farmer and ranchers, and an ag water quality seat. The reason we're doing this is we're losing some longstanding, really awesome commissioners. First, we're saying goodbye to Lois at the end of the year, who's been our ag water quality rep since the very beginning. So just wanted to take a moment and just express my appreciation for everything you've done for the program and your willingness to get me up to speed on all things OAHP from the very beginning. So I just want to say my thank you to Lois and just see if anybody else had any words they wanted to share real quick. We could just give her a quick clap.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm unmuted, so
Yeah.
thank you. It's been interesting and exciting at times, and sometimes when my Wi-Fi wasn't working, a real drag. But it's been great, and talk about a wonderful bunch of people. So thank you.
Yeah,
it's worth my time.
And similarly, we're saying goodbye to our co-chair, Bruce Taylor, at the end of the year. Not yet, but very soon. And again, just couldn't imagine having stepped into this role and been helping to run this program without you. It's been a true honor, and thank you for everything you've done for the state.
Well, I have had the same experience as Lois, and it really is something to watch a program that you get to be involved with from the ground floor, start up and watch it growing up. It's kind of like watching a kid grow up or something, I think. And it's, a kid that you're really proud of. I'm really proud of the program and all the work that we collectively have done, and wish you all the best of luck going forward. And I don't think there's more business for me to do after this. So it's kind of feeling like early release.
Finally, don't want to leave out, we are losing also Woody Wolf, who's unable to join us today, who's also been a long-standing commissioner in the farmer and rancher seat and another true leader in this work throughout the state, and leads by example in a lot of ways. So we're going to miss him as well, and I'm sure he would have some very wise words to share with us if he were able to join, but I think we can give Woody a round of applause too. So just, as far as next steps on those seats, we received an application for the Fish and Wildlife seat, and the Fish and Wildlife Commission meets on December 13th to make their nominations to the OWEB board for their potential January appointments. And similarly, we received 2 applications for the ag water quality seat and an application for the farmer and rancher seat, which will go to the Board of Ag and on December 18th, again, ahead of an appointment by the OWEB board at their January meeting. So looking forward to that. Stay tuned for some potential new faces. And then we did have a note on here, and I don't know if we all have the mental energy or stamina for it, but just to talk about, now that we have these pending grants going forward, our approach to management plans for this particular round of applications. So, we had talked about this at the last commission meeting and had said that we would hold a little bit of space here at this meeting if we wanted to just kind of revisit how we're thinking about that, and if commissioners had stewed on it at all as far as further guidance they want to give for how we approach it with this coming round of projects. But didn't have a whole lot of talking points except for that we were going to hold the space, just see if any folks had further thoughts on that front.
So clarifying question, so in this round, conservation management plans, or sorry, easement management plans, so
Thank you. Yeah,
it's been a long day.
yeah, I got why now.
We're required as part of the request for proposals.
Yep.
And as I think we all recall from the Rural Advisory Committee, we decided we were removing that language for the next round cycle. But we have gotten a lot of feedback, I think, from applicants on the last cycle that we did fund that, this is another pretty onerous part of the easement development process. And, we had a lot of discussion about what the value of those plans are and what we are really investing in when we fund these easement projects, right? And I think there's a wide view, a lot of different viewpoints on that from the applicants and probably, from folks on this commission. But I feel pretty strongly that we make those management plans optional for this slate of projects because we're going to do that going forward. And if we have the opportunity to change that now, I think we should take it before applicants start working on these proposals and getting the agreements together.
Yeah, I can add, this is Robin for the record. I can add just a little bit of kind of the progression, and that what Ed just described is in line with what we heard from the commission in our subsequent conversations with applicants, and kind of where we're going is, yes, the solicitation was announced with a required management plan that would be subject to OWEB approval with OWEB ongoing engagement. And so after the conversations, we have developed basically our staff recommendation, which is management plans will be optional as well as, and be between the landowner and the easement holder. And that will be based off of essentially their project design as it was described in the application as to what are the resources you're protecting, how is your easement going to protect them. If they decide they think a management plan is appropriate, that's great. If the easement terms adequately protect those resources, then that's their choice as well.
Laura?
I can't find the document that you gave us in the last rack. That's what I was looking for, because there was I remember some confusion about this particular round. If I'm remembering correctly, if OWEB has said we're gonna, if an applicant has said we want to do a management plan and OWEB has said we're gonna help fund it, then I think we don't want to pull that funding. Okay. Was there what was the specific question or concern about not requiring it in this round, like for this group of applicants?
I think we were operating under the same rules from the first go-round, right? And when we got this slate of projects, we were in the middle of that rural advisory, effort.
And I think the main concern was that when the solicitation was published, it was a requirement of, putting in a project. So there could have been projects out there that chose not to come in based on that requirement. So it was just more of a fairness consideration.
Do you need more guidance from us? I remember there were like 3 options, 2A and B and 3A and C, and I wrote down something, but I never could make up my mind about it.
I think
That ship has sailed. We just funded. Right?
Right, but we funded projects that were evaluated on the assumption that they would have a management plan, and in their application stated that they would do a management plan because we told them they had to. So to Robin's point, and please jump in if I start mischaracterizing this, the way we're sort of looking at it is because the applications were evaluated partially based on how they described their approach to management going forward, while we're not requiring necessarily a management plan not requiring a management plan, not requiring a management plan be included in the easement, they still need to, through their project, achieve a similar level of outcome to what was described in the application. So if they choose not to do a management plan, they'll have to demonstrate how they're able to achieve that with the easement tool on its own.
Okay. Ready to move on?
That's all. I think that's all we got.
That's all you got? Are we ready for adjournment?
Can I just, thank you. May I, Mr. Chair? Sorry. I've chaired too many things. I forget that I'm not chair occasionally and I need to be brought back into line. I just want to echo staff's appreciation. This is hard stuff and nobody knows how to do it except you guys because there's not as much of a model to build on, and you know how to do it pretty well. It's hard. It's hard to balance these multiple values. It's hard to build a new program. It's hard to deal with a smaller amount of money than what we really know that we need to get the job done. So kudos to commissioners, and also just really welcome and want to continue the conversation on the feedback that we got today on process. I don't want that to get lost in the mix, and it's a chance to take a fresh look. Laura, to your point, sometimes I think it does come across like, well, this is how OWEB does it and has done it for 20 years and therefore, and I'm learning every time I ask, there's a pretty good reason for why they do it that way that's evolved over time, but it's a chance to pressure test it with a new set of, partners and projects and stuff like that. So I think every time I think, why don't we do TRTs like this, then there's a really good answer on the other end, but it's a really helpful conversation every time. And one of the things that I've really appreciated since joining OWEB is the staff are having those conversations all the time. Like, boy, this caused some friction over here. This didn't seem to work. What can we do? Why did we make this decision in the first place? And why do we do it this way? It always reminds me of, I think it's a Churchill quote about democracy, that it's the worst system in the world except for all the other systems. And it's, that doesn't mean it can't evolve. But I think it would be great to, regardless of kind of the next steps in funding of this program, and I do absolutely hope to see it continue, I think it's a great opportunity to take a global look at how well these systems are working for our grantees, both here and across the board, and just really want to make sure that we put a pin in that and come back to it, because we got some helpful feedback and really appreciate that. That's all I got.
Laura, wow, you're really pushing it.
Well, my question is maybe to you, Chair Kramer. I think to that point, we've been deep in rulemaking, and there have been a lot of meetings, and I don't want to add more unnecessary meetings, but is there a moment, I will just ask the chair setting the agenda and staff thinking about schedule for meetings ahead, where we could talk about some of this bigger picture stuff? That would be really great. Sometimes it is helpful to talk in the context of specific grants, but now that we have 2 rounds, that we've gotten through, I would appreciate some time to talk with my fellow commissioners about sort of some of this philosophical stuff and how do we think about that, and would that help give staff direction so that maybe when the next technical review committee gets together, there is more clarity.
May I?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Laura. And we've been talking about, it would be great while it's still fresh to capture something with the commission, also not only in OHP, we're talking about it more broadly and across the transaction programs at the agency, but just having the kind of circle back, what are the lessons learned with applicants and hopefully grantees, knowing they're not grantees until the OWEB board acts on this particular, and they will, it's not a concern, it's just I don't want to prematurely call them grantees, but just capturing that while it's fresh. And I think we can start doing some of that knowing that we really can't begin full program build until after the board adopts the revised rules, and I'm not expecting drastic changes, so we can start some of those pieces without getting out in front of the board's action on rule adoption. Yeah.
I just think the timing would be really good. You're going to have 3 new people coming on the commission, and that's a great orientation because you're going to.
You trying to get out one more meeting.
December 31st then.
I agree with you, Laura. We need to have a meeting to talk some of these big overarching policy, potential policy issues. But I think you're right. I think we need to wait till after the next OWEB board meeting so that we know what we're working with to make sure that something hasn't been changed, so.
Well, I can work with the commissioners to get something scheduled, sounds like soon after the January OWEB board meeting.
Yeah.
So keep it fresh for a couple more.
There you go. Okay, I'm getting ready to adjourn the meeting. Is everybody good with that? Yes, please. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Lois, Nancy, and Dan.
Thank you, online friends.